C'est la pure de l'ETS.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Paul Ricard in the south of France for the third round of the 2013 Blancpain Endurance Series. My name is Jack Nichols. I'm going to be commentating for you throughout this 3-hour race with the assistance of John Watson, who at the moment is down there on the grid. As I say, it's the third round of the series, and we've already had an action-packed opening 2 3-hour races at Monza and at Silverstone. Both were very entertaining, and it means that leading the championship is the Ramos Rigon Zampieri Kessel Racing Ferrari. And Kessel Racing are a team who won here last year. 27 degrees, the air temperature, 36 degrees pretty much the track temperature. It's the warmest event of the season so far, and that is going to play into the hands of some teams whilst compromising other teams. That's things that we'll get onto later in the race. And there you can see the crowd ready to watch this race. So before we go down to the grid, let's have a look back at the top stories coming into this weekend. ART Grand Prix have had a good start to their season, often being the quickest McLaren out there. And Frenchman Mike Parisi is looking forward to his home race.
I am very happy, impressed to be here in France. It's a big meeting for me, and I am very happy to work with ART Grand Prix and McLaren at this occasion. I am very happy and very motivated to do a very good job this weekend.
The Speed Car team are a new entry to the Blancpain Endurance Series here in Paul Ricard, and in Dino Lunardi they have a GT driver with proven experience in their Audi R8.
I know very well the Audi, so it's for that the Speed Car take me and put me on the car. I think the Audi has a very good potential to get a good position here. Everything is possible when you have 60 cars at the same time on the track.
After winning the opening race of the season and a decent performance last time out at Silverstone, Kessel Racing arrive at Paul Ricard leading the Pro Series, and Davide Rigon is hoping they can keep up their good form.
It's a pleasure to be first. We suffered a bit in Silverstone, In Monza we are okay, so it's nice to be in the front of a 62 car. The championship is very tough, very difficult. I don't know if we can fight for pole position, but our main important thing is to be in the podium for the race. That is our target.
Another new entrant for this weekend is regular FIA GT Series team HTP Motorsport. Maximilian Buch and Luca Ludwig will be joined in the Mercedes by Israeli Alan Day.
It's first time in endurance racing. I came from sprint races. I still race in the FIA GT Sprint Series. It's something new for me. It's 60 cars. You never know what happens. It's a lot of strategy, which is something I'm not really familiar with. I'm looking forward.
Whilst the BMWs have been struggling in the Pro class, in the Pro-Am it's a BMW leading the series. TDS Racing, in the hands of Henri Acide and Ludovic Badi, comes to Paul Ricard at the top of those standings, and Ludovic is confident of another strong performance at their home race.
Yeah, the beginning of the season is very good. With my teammate, we are leading the championship with 2 other cars, and we are really happy to be in front because if we can win here, it should be a very good operation for the championship.
There's another Nissan on the grid this weekend as well. JMB Racing will be in the Pro-Am category. British driver Jody Fannin will be joined by Frenchman Nicolas Mislam.
I'm very exciting because I am at home because I have a workshop on the track, but it's very difficult because of more traffic, but very good level. Historically, GMB raced with Maserati and Ferrari, but I would like to work with Nissan, and I hope a good result with this car.
The ARC Bratislava Porsche 997 of Miro Konopka and Ahmed Al-Hati won the Gentleman's Trophy at Silverstone last time out, and Al-Hati is hoping they can keep up that momentum this weekend.
Blancpain has been a very good season so far, Monza, Silverstone, and I think Silverstone was the highlight for me. It's going to be definitely tough here in France. It's my first time here and we need to find more time. I always do believe that with the Porsche it's always going to be a strong car in the race, so we're really not worried at the moment, but for sure there's more time to find and we'll find it.
That was Ahmed Al-Hati, and he is second at the moment in the Gentleman's Trophy standings. As we arrive here at Paul Ricard, after this we've got the Spa 24 hours and then the final round at the Nürburgring. But here is a look at the Pro Cup classifications at the moment, as we see Cesar Ramos, Davide Rigon and Daniel Zampieri in their Kessel Racing Ferrari are on top of the points, and then it's Christopher Mies, Edward Sandstrom and Frank Stippler second place in their Belgian WRT Audi. Makovic, Mucker and Turner only raced at Silverstone, but they managed to take the win, so they're third in the championship, but they're not here this weekend. And then we have the second WRT Audi of Ortele, Rast and Van Thor in fourth position. So really it's going to be a battle at the moment between Kessel Racing and WRT. That's how the season has panned out so far, but things are looking a little bit different here in Paul Ricard after qualifying, because it's the Mark VDS Racing Team BMW Z4 that is on pole position. Maxime Martin putting in an excellent lap to claim pole position in this morning's qualifying session. There you can see one of the MRS McLarens towards the back of the grid, the SMP Racing Ferrari as well. And so earlier on there was a moment's silence held here at the Paul Ricard circuit in memory of Alan Simonson, who of course lost his life last week at Le Mans, and also unfortunately this morning Andrea Mame lost his life in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo race here at the Paul Ricard circuit. And as a mark of respect, the Blancpain Lamborghini Reiter squad have withdrawn both of their cars from this race, and everyone from the Blancpain Endurance Series and SRO would like to extend their condolences to both families. But we have a race to be getting on with here in Paul Ricard, a 3-hour GT spectacular with just short of 60 cars, and it's certainly going to be a spectacular event here in the south of France at this high-tech test track, as it's known. And we can now go for the first time down to the grid, and the man with the microphone and with Bas Linders is John Watson.
Bas Linders, pole position for Mark VDS BMW. Yeah, of course we are very happy. Maxime did again a wonderful job in Q3. He had an almost perfect lap, and so we managed to put it on pole position. And now with this start behind safety car, well, it's the perfect position to be in.
A lot warmer than it was this morning, 28 Celsius.
Yes, also warmer than it was yesterday. So this will be a struggle a little bit with the tires, tire degradation, and the heat of the tire and pressures. So hopefully we can handle them. Normally the BMW should be good on tires. So even if maybe at the beginning of the stint we're not so fast, it should improve during the 1 hour that we drive each driver.
Jelmer Burnham is going to start. You're in second. Maxime Martin in third. And the wind is blowing in another direction. Everything's different weather-wise.
Yeah, it's different. Well, if you drive single-seaters, it's a problem because you have to change gears and you have less top speed. Now with, in GT3, there's all the gears, all the gearbox is fixed, is homologated, so you cannot change it. So it doesn't really matter. You can play a little bit with wing settings maybe, and you have to pay attention sometimes for where the wind blows. There was a lot more grip in Lisigne, for example, compared to yesterday. Yesterday the wind was blowing us out of the fast corner, turn 10, and today was a lot more grip there.
Okay, have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Bas. He'll be taking over that number 3 Mark VDS car at one point, and the wind is something that is a key factor here, because yesterday the wind was in a different direction, as Bas was saying, and cars like the Nissan were getting a huge benefit from it because the Nissan's got a massive rear wing on it and it was effectively acting as a sail going along the back straight. But here, with the wind going in the opposite direction, it's a little bit more difficult, and also the hotter conditions are playing into the hands of the McLarens in particular, because they're running turbocharged engines, which means that they don't suffer as much with this heat and also with the altitude to a certain extent, because we're up on the top of a plateau here, whereas cars with normally aspirated engines are struggling a little bit. There, alongside the Mark VDS BMW on the front row, is the number 18 Black Falcon Mercedes, Klaas Hummel. The Dutch driver is sat in there at the wheel, and he will be starting that car. Best qualifying performance of the season so far for Black Falcon. So that's an impressive performance, and also impressive is the pace of the Mercedes SLS in general, because in third place we have the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, which Maximilian Buch will be starting. And we can now go back down to the grid, and John Watson is with the team principal of Hexis Racing, Philippe Dumas.
Philippe Dumas, massive improvement with the Hexis McLaren here this weekend.
Compared to Silverstone, for sure. Yeah, I think we will come back. For sure, we are a good team, so the goal is to do a podium. But to be honest, we had very bad moments this time with Le Mans last week and today. So it's difficult to think about racing, to be honest, for me and for the team. But try to be focused on the race, to get back the car at the end, to have a podium and to prepare Spa. Spa is our race this year, and we will push hard for this.
Alvaro Parent will start, but this morning in qualifying he had a big scary moment up at turn 2.
I don't know exactly, to be honest. I don't know, but we are confident.
Okay, many thanks, Philippe.
Doesn't like to give much away, Philippe. There is Alvaro at the wheel of the Hexis McLaren, which will start in 5th place on the grid, comfortably their best qualifying performance of the season as well. After real struggles earlier on this season, they made their debut. There you can see the silver and red Hexis McLaren car number 7. They made their debut last year at Navarra and won the race. There are our championship leaders, and Davide Rigon will start that car. The Kessel Racing Ferrari will be looking to take the lead of the race going down to the first corner, because that's what happened at the start of the race last season. So here's a look at the grid from front to back. There's the two McLarens alongside each other. Very good qualifying from the 23 Nissan, the JRM car. Peter Dunbrett qualified well and will start that car. Then we've got the first of the ART McLarens on the right hand side in their home race, the Von Ryan Racing McLaren there on the right hand side as well. The first of the Gulf Racing McLarens on the left hand side, then the first of the Phoenix Audis, number 6 there on the right. Really struggling to get the best out of the car are Oliver Jarvis, Christopher Haas and Harold Prima. Christopher Haas will start that car. JMB Racing 555 are entering and Nissan for this race. This is their home race, literally, because their factory and workshop is in the centre of the circuit here in Paul Ricard. There's Enzo Eads, Phoenix Audi as well, further back. The V1 BMW there on the right-hand side. Bit of a disappointment because they looked very, very quick in free practice 1. They were running within the top 10 all session, but couldn't pull it out when it mattered in qualifying. There's Ahmed Al-Hati, who we heard from in the pre-show in car 66. And then right down at the back of the grid, we've got Sport Garage. Michael Petit will start that car, and alongside it, the Porsche of Delahaye Racing, which Christian Kelders will be starting. And that's the rather daunting view from the back of the grid down to the front of the grid. It's an awful lot of places to make up, and although this is a 3-hour race, there's nevertheless there's plenty of time to make up positions. But at the end of the first lap, if you're in 30th place, you're going to be at least 30 seconds behind the leader. And now we're going to go back down the other way. You can see just how big and impressive this Blancpain Endurance Series has become this season. Philippe Dumas, who we just heard from, the boss of Hexis, was actually racing in Le Mans last weekend, so he knows what it's like both sides of the pit wall. 1 minute to go before our pole sitter Jelmer Berman leads the field off the grid. The race director has decided this will be a safety car start, so when at 3 o'clock exactly, the race will begin behind the safety car, and then whenever the race director feels it fit, he will bring the safety car in, and the real racing will get underway. Points in these 3-hour races are very important, but it's all about the Spa 24 hour, really, and we will be bringing you coverage of the Spa 24 hours at the end of July, and that is where there is a massive amount of points to be won, and really a massive amount of points to be missed out on. So whilst the focus here on Paul Ricard for this next 3 hours is going to be intense, it's still going to be important to get a good result here to then move on to Spa. So the race gets underway. The safety car pulls clear, and the cars head off, and the 3 hours has begun as they make their way down towards the first corner. And John, this is probably a good opportunity to have a little look around this Paul Ricard circuit as the cars make their way through it.
Well, the first difference I notice is, of course, the pit lane has changed completely from the days when the circuit was introduced in 1970, and used to have 2 entrances and 2 exits to the pit lane, of which one was a tunnel, and the other had a flyover for cars coming in the second entrance, and a flyover for those exiting, and a tunnel for those in the second pit block. So that's one major change, but the most significant change at the start-finish straight is the run down up into turn 2. Turn 1 and 2, in fact, which used to be more or less a flat-out left-right, but now it's a clear braking zone, a chance to pass. But then the exit of 2, you've got to be careful, because many drivers over the weekend have been running way, way wide, and they've been warned about misuse of the racetrack. Thereafter, down to turn 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the same. Then you come up to turn 9. Turn 8 actually is part of the chicane on the Mistral straight. Turn 8 goes right, turn 9 goes left. We're going turn 9 this afternoon. That's turn 9. Then you come back onto the Mistral straight, up to the amazing corner called Chicane de Cygne, well, it's just known as Cygne. Massive corner. Whatever race car you're in, it's massive. And then you've got the even more perplexing, the double droit de Bousset, or Bousset corner. There's no apex. You make it up as you go along. It's been like that ever since I've been coming to Paul Ricard. And from there, all the way back to turn 15, the final corner on the start-finish straight, is as the track was. But the difference you see are all these blue markings. There is no longer the kind of reference points that I remember when I raced on this racetrack many years ago. And this is part of the significant change that has taken place at Paul Ricard over many, many years. Used both as a racetrack, but also as a major test track. And of course you can run with the chicane or without, and teams come here do endurance 24, 36 hour runs on occasion. But it's hot on the grid, Jack, 28 Celsius, and it's going to be even hotter in the cockpit of these cars. And one of the things that may be something we need to keep an eye on will become inconsistency in lap times. Not so much from the professional drivers, but maybe some of the Gentleman Trophy or the amateur drivers that are in the Pro-Am Cup, because it's going to get really hot inside the cockpit of these GT cars, particularly the front engine ones. Heat soak coming back into the cockpit. The rear engine cars, maybe not quite so bad, because the heat will be taken behind the car and the slipstream of the car. But it's going to be a tough afternoon in the cockpit for everybody out there.
Absolutely, it's going to be hard work. It's very, very warm here in Paul Ricard, and the breeze helps a little bit when you're out there, but by all intents and purposes, it's very, very warm. 167 configurations this circuit can run in, because there's so many different corners and layouts around here. But we are racing on the main circuit today with that chicane put in on the run down the Mistral Straight, which is different to how it was last year. It adds about 10 seconds to the lap time, but some teams are very, very happy that the chicane's been put in. Teams like BMW, they've qualified on pole position. Straight line speed is one of their difficulties, but with a chicane along the longest straight, that really helps them.
Yeah, I mean, some of the cars have got more downforce than their neighbouring teams, and somewhere like Monza, which is a high-speed circuit, albeit with quite a number of chicanes in place and corners that are slower than they were in its previous configuration. Silverstone, likewise, is a very high-speed circuit, but it's also got a large element of downforce involved. But here, it's more really about getting the grip through the chassis and the aerodynamics. The top speed here is not the key factor. It's the lap time, but the ability to use the car and the horsepower that you've got, getting the power to the ground in the sort of I would call the middle speed corners, with the exception of Scene Corner, which is a quick corner, taken in 6th gear, probably about 120 miles an hour, 200 kilometers per hour.
Absolutely. The Nissan drivers were saying, actually, that they were struggling with getting the most out of their engine. They're barely getting to 6th gear by the time they get to the end of that long straight. They flick into 6th and then almost immediately drop down to 5th again. Whereas yesterday, as I was saying a few moments ago, because the wind was in a different direction, pushing them along the straight, they had no problems.
Well, the wind now is actually blowing, if you stand on the pitch straight as I was a minute ago, it's blowing right across it, which is a different direction. It was coming due west as we were here yesterday watching qualifying. It's now, I would say, coming south-southeast. It's nowhere near as strong as it was on Saturday, but nonetheless it's there. But it's going to have a lesser effect in terms of affecting the cars on the racetrack. But as you point out, for some of the teams, they're going to struggle, because on the first part of the Mistral Straight, some of the teams may not even get into 6th gear for any duration before they have to brake and turn left into what is turn 9 on this configuration of the Paul Ricard circuit.
So there you can see the Hexus McLaren Alvaro Brent at the wheel. We were watching him, and we are now watching him on board as he just weaves a little to try and get some heat into the tyres. He had a bit of a moment in qualifying. You were speaking to him about that at lunchtime. Was it just a moment or a problem with the car? Or
well, what happened was he came into turn 2 and he was a little bit aggressive about taking curb on the inside. That destabilized the car a little bit, and then it just appeared to get a, I don't know what you'd describe it other than a fit of the head staggers, and it just appeared to spear off quite aggressively, in my view, to the left. Luckily there's a massive amount of runoff on the outside of turn 2, and he was able to bring the car back onto the track and there was no issue. But it was the abruptness of the sudden snap to the left that certainly caught me unawares watching it on screen, and I'm sure Alvaro Perrin didn't have a huge amount more warning than I would have done, we would have done here in the commentary booth.
So the safety car will come in this lap and the race will begin in earnest. There's the 35 Pro-Am entry from Nissan GT Academy, Nissan RGN. That's the Wolfgang Wright, Peter Pizzera and Lucas Ordóñez car. Ordóñez bemoaning traffic in qualifying because trying to get a clear lap in a field of 60 cars is pretty much impossible, but Jelmer Berman managed it as they wind their way down.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing of qualifying is just, I mean, in a sense, with that number of cars on a 5.8 kilometre racetrack, it is luck. I mean, ordinarily I would say you control your own destiny, your own luck, but in the circumstances with so many cars on track at the same time, well, Jelmer Berman has got it in his hands.
He has, because he has bolted as the safety car comes in and the race proper gets underway here at Paul Ricard. Jelmer Berman leads them across the line. It's Klaus Hummel behind in the Black Falcon Mercedes, but right behind him is Maximilian Buch. Buch might be looking to take second place on the run down into turn 1 for the first time, and he's managed to do it. Caught Klaus a little bit unawares, and Maximilian Buch in the HTP Motorsport entry moves up into second place, and soon Davide Rigon will be attacking Klaus Hummel as well. He's got the McLaren of Parent right behind. On board we go, running down into turn 3, and Parent not close enough this time. But the McLarens are some of the quickest cars in a straight line, and there is going to be the move, I think. The Kessel Racing Ferrari gets past Klaus Hummel now. Alvaro Parent will follow swiftly through as they all wind their way down through turn 3. The hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit before they wind back up onto the Mistral Straight. The SMP Ferrari is attacking there, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Ferrari and the McLaren battle going into the chicane.
Indeed, well, Alvaro Parent trying to get a slipstream off the back of the Ferrari. The Mercedes had started on the front row of the grid, of course. Klaus Hummel is a bronze driver, and he's been mullered literally by all the pro drivers around him. It was a great job by Adam Christodoulou, who'd get that car, the gold driver in that Pro-Am partnership. But of course, he's not going to be in the car until later this afternoon.
An awful lot of pressure being put on this Nissan. We're looking back at the Kirill Ladygin. We're on board with Wolfgang Reich, but you can see Ladygin was just pulling away a little bit. And this is now Klaus Hummel has lost out to Frederic Vervisch.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, it's almost a relief, because the pressure of starting at the front row of a grid of any motor race, and especially a race of a field of 60 cars, never easy, if you think. Alvaro Parent once again trying to find a way around that Ferrari of Davide Rigon and not having very much success, and I doubt he will have much success unless the Ferrari falters somewhere in this opening lap or two.
So on board we are with the Portuguese driver, the very experienced McLaren driver, part of the McLaren factory team essentially. Worked on the development of the car an awful lot, but Jelmer Berman streams across the line. There's the battle for third place going on, and behind we've got Klaus Hummel now about to get passed by the second Mark VDS car of Henri Moser. Moser pushed right out onto the outside of the circuit and can't get through. They are battling over 8th place at the moment.
Frankly, I don't know whether Klaus Hummel was aware the BMW was coming down the right-hand side of the track, not the side you'd anticipate an overtake to go. But now, as they break down into turn 3, even the BMW is coming under a threat. But
Nick Homerson,
well, he's not able to make it stick. But you know, the Mercedes, Klaus Hummel is acting as a roadblock. Now dives down the inside and tags the back of the Mercedes, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to have a traffic jam as the BMW hops, skips, and jumps. Not only tagging the Mercedes, but taking some of its own bodywork off over the curb in that turn 4, turn 5.
So that's a real shame for Klaus Hummel. It was always going to be a difficult job for him. And I think Henri Moser, Henri Moser might have trouble here. The Mark VDS car is crawling. Right rear puncture.
It's a puncture, it's the right rear puncture. When he hit the curb, he hit it in an aggressive way.
I think he hit the car again. I think he hit Hummel again.
He may well have done, but certainly the contact of that or the going over the curb responsible for that tire suddenly deflating. And 2 cars unnecessarily, in my opinion. There could have been a little bit more cooperation. There's no doubt that Henri Moser was the quicker of the 2, but of course, when you're in that pressure situation, you've got the blinkers on, you maybe don't have time to look in the mirrors and be aware of faster traffic coming through.
He's now coming under pressure, and there you can see the puncture for Henri Moser. So still not a disastrous weekend yet for Mark VDS Racing. And well, here's a look at the replay. He put it up the inside. Is he far enough alongside? That's the question, I guess.
In reality, no, but it was the tag itself wasn't the problem. It was here. It's somewhere in that incident going around the back of the Mercedes that then the tyre got damaged, and that's why it's lost all the air or nitrogen as they put into the tyres these days. The gap now across the line was just under 2 seconds. It still remains 1.9.
Yep, lapping very similarly on that last lap. Jelmer Berman was a 1/10 of a second quicker than Maximilian Buch, and that's all. Here's the battle between the Nissan and the McLaren, and Peter Dumbrecker's got it done. A good move there to go around the outside of the Vervisch. Sorry, it's Dumont starting that car. So that's Peter Dumbreck up into 5th position in the JRM Nissan as these cars stream across the line non-stop. And there's battles all the way through, but it's Jelmer Berman in the Mark VDS BMW who has the lead at the moment.
This is going to be a long 3 hours for many of the drivers. You can see the field is, in part because we had a rolling start behind the safety car, is much more strung out than you'd anticipate from the normal start that we'd expect in the Blancpain event. Look down through the field, you've got 7, 8 cars all squabbling over virtually the one bit of tarmac they all want, and it is going to be rough, tough in there. The Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes, what else is there? Just a lot of Ferraris, and the Porsche trying to elbow its way past.
This is all lower down the field, just trying to figure out where. This is all over about 34th position, I think, essentially, because we've got the Porsche in there, which is being driven at the moment by Xavier Massin. They'll be down in 38th place, which is disappointing. We just saw the Mark VDS BMW has made it back towards the pits. And here comes the right rear change. Hopefully it won't have done damage to any of the suspension.
So is it just a single tire change, or are they going to make more than that? Looks like it may just be certainly what we're saying. Well, they're taking it on, off, back on again. I don't know whether they were concerned there may be damage. They're deciding to change, I think, all 4. Slight confusion, I think.
Yeah, a bit of indecision at the moment. And the front left as well.
Well, of course, they didn't have the tyres ready. Mind you, they were sitting in the garage, so there should have been...
Yeah, there was plenty of warning, wasn't there, I suppose? So here comes a Ferrari up the inside of a Nissan. And that is a good move from Kirill Ladygin, going past Wolfgang Reip.
So that moves... Leclerc in there as well.
Yep, that moves Ladygin up into 10th place. So Leclerc in that white McLaren that's coming towards us, that is in 8th position. Wolfgang Reip is trying to get back down the inside into turn 1, unable to, and he has to settle for 11th place at the moment.
That group of cars.
And there's the other SMP Ferrari facing the wrong way.
Yes, on turn 15 onto the pit straight. He's sort of beached. He can't really move the car because there's so much traffic coming through. He's going to have to wait until basically the tail of the field has passed turn 15 before he can get that car back on circuit.
It's Sergei Zlobin who's gone for a spin there, so that's a shame as far as he is concerned. As we now watch the TDS Racing BMW going on the attack up the inside. Did he manage to get past the Mercedes? Yes, he did. So a good move from Henri Acide. He has managed to make that move stick on Andrew Daniel in the Fortec Mercedes. But up at the front, the gap is still remaining at 2 seconds. 3rd place, we've got Alvaro Perent through. He comes 4th, is that Ferrari. 5th place is Peter Dumbreck in the Nissan. 6th place is Dermont in the McLaren, and Dermont is also leading Pro-Am. And then we've got the rest of this queue. And there is Wolfgang Reip, who's been shuffled down to 11th place behind Kirill Ladygin. Ladygin, who's raced in the World Touring Cars before and in FIA GT3 last year, so plenty of experience for Kirill, one of Russia's top racing drivers, and he now is starting to put the Ferrari in front under a considerable amount of pressure. It's Nick Homerson in front in that number 50 black Ferrari. The AF Corsa car.
He's getting in well, trying to look up the inside, but not capable. It's gone alongside, but not on the right bit of track. Coming under turn 15, you've got to be down the inside, not going around the outside. In the meantime, that gap, Alvaro Perent, who got ahead of David Rigo, we didn't actually see that overtake, and the gap between those 2 cars is now just under 2 seconds. So once Alvaro Perent and the Hexus McLaren has got clear air, it's proving quicker than the Ferrari of David Rigo.
There's Frank Stippler in that battle. Now, he came across the line in 11th place, but then ultimately got shuffled down to 14th position in 1 lap. So that's a bit of a concern for WRT, because at the moment their highest placed car is Frank Stippler in 14th place.
It's just a matter of really, the race is still, only 18 minutes old, and everybody is still shuffling around. I mean, a dive down the inside from the Gulf McLaren takes a place away. And this is like your worst traffic jam, but it's happening at very high speed, and you can't really watch every part of your car, front, left, right, rear, whatever. There's just so much traffic. Once this sort of draws breath, and the gaps you can see here coming down the straight, I mean, it is absolutely I mean, almost a driver's nightmare, because he doesn't know what to do unless he gets a clean, clear overtake at somebody. All you're going to do is put yourself into jeopardy if you're not certain you can get the job done. But this looks like an overtake from the McLaren, looking to come a long way around the exit out of turn 9B. But the grunt from the Nissan, the McLaren can't do anything about it. Yep. It is seen. The McLaren may have a small advantage, but it has to drop back a little bit, otherwise it loses downforce in the nose.
It's Rob Bell in the McLaren challenging Wolfgang Reip all over 12th place, with then the 88 Ferrari in front. And there's the move from Rob Bell. Good stuff. Saw that move and planned it nicely, and he goes through. And now he will try and chase down Nick Hommerson. Meanwhile, the two RJ and Nissans go side by side. This is the recovering, or not recovering, but recovering from a disappointing qualifying, Alex Bunker. He goes past now as we go back on board with Reip. And that is Alex Buncombe, his teammate, now up in front. And Reip is running 4th in class. And the Frank Stippler Audi is involved in there as well. And in fact, the Audi's just got past the Nissan, but the Audi is really struggling in a straight line. Look at this.
Look at that. I mean, that was a bit of blocking there. Suddenly, the Nissan just drags up and overtakes the Audi down the left-hand side of pit straight. And looked like there was a bit of defence coming from Frank Stippler, but he realised the speed that Nissan had, there was nothing much he could do. It was coming through, and it's a big car.
And there was a yellow flag in that corner, apparently, because of this M-Tech Ferrari that is in a bit of trouble.
Rob Bell's done it again.
Yep.
Dived down the inside into turn 3, I think that was, and makes a good, clean pass. Good motor racing coming with this bunch of cars just outside the top 6.
That's Rob Bell up into 12th place, going past Nick Hommerson. So, good move from Bell. There's a Santalok Racing Audi in there as well. The Audi's really struggling in a straight line here. Phoenix Racing reckoned they were 13 kilometres slower down the straights than the McLarens, which is a considerable chunk. And we saw in that last incident where the Nissan was able to just breeze past the Audi.
I mean, it certainly, and there's no clear reason to me why the Audi should suddenly be that much slower in a straight line than it has been in any other racetrack, be it Monza or at Silverstone. But that's the case, and they're hurting big time. And if you haven't got the straight line speed, it's one thing not having maybe the overall lap time, but if you haven't got straight line speed, then really you are going to be hurting all the way through the 3 hours this afternoon.
So there's the Pro-Am Cup standings. It's Dermont currently leading that class. McLaren 1-2 at the moment, because they have got Jordan Gregor in the Von Ryan Racing McLaren in second place, which is good stuff from Von Ryan. This is the car we're watching now, and behind them is the 230 JRM car, currently in the hands of Matt Bell. There's our race leader then. 2.5 seconds is now the gap between Berman and Buch. It's all fairly calm up at the front. It's then 3.5 seconds back to Alvaro Perrin, 2.5 seconds back to Davide Rigon, 2.5 seconds back to Peter Dambreck, and then the 6-second gap back to this battle now, which is the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, etc. And then, this is a Grasser Racing Lamborghini almost in the wall, battling hard with, I think that's Harold Primat in the Phoenix Audi.
But he slips through. I mean, that was very tight. Was no room on the inside to get it done, but he lost on the exit of the corner. The Audi comes back, tries to get alongside Lamborghini. As you drop downhill slightly into the braking for turn 3, and I think Lamborghini have recovered just about enough to maintain, and the Audi bounces over the curb, and it's under pressure again from behind, from the second of the McLarens of ART.
It's Christopher Haas at the wheel of that Phoenix Audi, my apologies, and it's Harry Prochik who's managed to take over that 19th place in the Lamborghini. So good stuff from Harry Prochik so far. He's definitely the am in that driver pairing, so it shows you the frustration Christopher Haas is. And there's a spin, and that unfortunately is the 73 SMP Racing Ferrari. And, Alexander Frolov has had a little moment. He was running in 40th place, but I imagine that'll drop him down a little bit further. So, Yama Berman still leading the way. Everything is fairly standard up at the front.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically everybody's got a 2.5 second gap between first, second, third, fourth. So all the action that we're watching here on screen is coming in the midfield. where one car may actually be the catalyst of allowing 5 or 6 or 7 all to join into this sort of long train of cars. And until one of them can make the break, then it's going to be pretty much nose to tail. And if you find yourself out of position due to a poor qualifying but a much better race pace, it's a real problem. You've just got to be patient. You can't force issues, particularly where contact can lead to a pit stop, can lead to, we saw just earlier in the race, where the BMW got a damaged tyre, and that was just due to light contact. There's the Ferrari going around, under-braking into turn 1. And that was really as much under-braking that he lost control rather than actually in the corner itself.
Yeah, it's a curious one. But there is our race leader, Jalmar Berman. We saw his teammate Henri Moser making up a few places, but he is 2 laps down and running in 59th position out of the 60 cars. There's Bas Linders, the boss, as he tweaks the nose of Maxime Martin.
I mean, I was in the grid trying to find spare drivers, second and third drivers in. There was not one of them that were in their overalls. They're all walking around in their civvies, enjoying the weather here in Paul Ricard. Max Martin still sitting there very comfortable. Bas Linders, of course, ready should we see this car, the lead car, make a premature stop and they make a decision to change drivers, which would be possible. We're still, what, just 24 minutes or so into this race. And we're not expecting pit stops to come before, let's say, 55 minutes to the 1 hour, depending on whether we have any safety car interventions, or if the race runs free of those, then it'll be the sooner rather than the slightly over the hour.
Bas Linders, the team manager of Car 4, has been asked to go to the race director, so perhaps an infringement.
Well, that was the contact, I would imagine, between the Mercedes and the BMW. I suspect there may be an issue about, was that considered to be an unnecessary contact? Because certainly the BMW, at the point where there was a light contact, was barely at the rear wheel of the Mercedes. Now remember, the driver sits over the rear wheel, so we would have felt that, because the Mercedes is all engine and all bonnet, everything ahead of the driver.
There's Mark Trositsky watching on. He's not used to being on telly yet.
Well, they have television in Vladivostok, where he comes from.
We're on board with Wolfgang Reip. Now, is he side by side with Nick Homerson here? I think he is. He's trying to get past Homerson and up into 14th position. And Homerson's gone wide, and that's going to allow 3 of them through potentially. Yeah. Yes, so
he went with well, they're just all spreading out as they come on to start finish straight to try and take advantage of the lost momentum of the Ferraris that came through turn 14, ran wide the outside of the corner. He's going to get lots of the rubber that will be shearing off these tyres through the course of this very hot afternoon, Paul Ricard.
So Homerson drops from 14th down to 17th, and he's now got Harry Procek right up behind, flashing his lights. And Harry Procek has been given a black and white warning flag for the contact with the Audi. And there's an Audi with a front left problem.
Yes, so
that Pro-Am Sinterlock racing machine.
Again, I suspect that that's the consequence of some contact somewhere around the lap. So he's had to make a pit stop, and you know, and that's the danger of being overly aggressive in a race that's 3 hours long. You know, you can't win the race, as we always say, in the opening laps. You can win it on the last lap. And but the trouble is, when a race starts in this volume of cars and you're doing everything you can to try and get into position, then you do take unnecessary risks, and that's maybe the case for the Audi, or maybe the victim may have been the victim rather than the perpetrator.
This is Dan McKenzie in the 99 Beech Dean Aston Martin. He's battling quite hard at the moment with Max Biaggi in the 43, Thomas Biaggi in the 43 Rail Motorsport BMW. That squabble is over 37th place. Dan McKenzie, who's raced before in Formula 1 3.5 and Formula 2. He took a pole position here in Formula 2, actually. And here's some more crazy battling going on.
I mean, they're all over the curbs coming through turns 3, 4 and 5. 3 cars almost abreast coming on to the very beginning of the Mistral straight. Now they fall back into line. Again, the Ferrari, the third of the 3 cars, are trying to find a way to dive up the inside. McLaren looks like it's got a bit of a toe off the Ferrari, but the third of the Ferraris thinking it's going to get the benefit as well. Side by side, down the straight, and look, almost, well, 3 abreast into turn 9. Oh!
taken them both.
Hell, amazing. How they all got through and didn't have contact. Good job. Well done.
Yeah, very impressive racing, because this is all well down the order. These are all the gentleman racers as well, battling over, I think it's ultimately 51st place.
No less intense.
Yeah, exactly.
No less intense than that's going on. Remember, they get to drive. It's their hobby. Their hobby. They sit at home on other weekends when they're not racing. You're being an armchair quarterback watching other forms of motor racing, and then they get in and then they've got to do precisely the things they've been criticising professional drivers in other series for not doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you can see Ahmed Al-Hadi, 66, and let's go on board with him actually for a little bit. It's actually his teammate starting that car, Miro Konopka, the Slovakian racer. The only Slovakian racer in the field. And, oh, it's a bit hot in there. The aircon's not working, so we'll open the door, says Klaus Hummel.
Yeah, that's got to be a pit stop. And somebody drives literally and he's driven off the racetrack to stop. Now, is he going to get out and close the door, or what's he going to do, because he cannot reach it from where he's sitting in the car? Well, he's decided, I don't know what that's all about.
He reach across and realised he couldn't.
He can't, there's no way. I mean, there's that, you'd have to have arms about 6.5 feet long, or put it into modern terms, just under 3 metres. We didn't do meters in school, and there he drives way, and again, really strange. I mean, is he looking for a marshal's post to try and get somebody to close that door for him? But if he's trying to find a marshal's post, he's not succeeding. He's got, here he comes. In your own time, mate. Yeah, well done.
Now, are we going to see a Sergio Jimenez?
No, I think there's a problem with the latch, as they say. And he's going to have to make it back to the pits and have a, let's put it in this way, it's going to come under the 12-month, no, it's a 3-year warranty in one of these. So the pits will be removed, and frustrating, very frustrating, and particularly with a gull wing, as the Mercedes SLS has gone. The driver can't put his hand across and secure it with one hand and drive back with the other. He's just got to accept that it's up there waving about.
You don't want it on the Mistral Straight, do you? It'll be like a sail.
You know, in a way, that reminds me of 1955. Mercedes-Benz in a 24-hour race at Le Mans had an air brake which was operated by the driver, and it would literally push a button and the air brake would come up. It was just like a massive big, well, it's like a door, but instead of flapping one way, it would be flapping across the back of the car, and it assisted Mercedes, who didn't have disc brakes at that particular point.
So we are on board with Konopka as he battles the man in front of him, which is Felipe Barreiros in the AF Corsa Ferrari. They are squabbling over 52nd position at the moment, but he needs to be careful because behind him is Xavier Masson in 54th place. So the Porsches have been slow all weekend, but we haven't seen any particular incident. He's had a pit stop, Xavier Masson.
But
so
there are two of them running together now. Whether that's coincidence or whether that's because Masson has come out and just come out ahead of another Porsche, but now certainly getting the slipstream of the Ferrari, looks to come up down the inside into turn one. As he got it alongside, he's got it. That's a clean, a proper professional overtake. None of this silliness from the Ferrari to try and swoop over, move around to put a block, clearly recognising the Porsche was quicker at that point in the racetrack. As we look at the Fortec Mercedes, and well, 22 drivers in this car this afternoon. That's going to be a tough afternoon for those two drivers. Stephen Jelly, one of them. And,
yeah, absolutely. And Klaus Hummel's made it back into the pits with that open rear wing, and it'll be going right down to the bottom of the pit lane for Black Falcon. Door, sorry. Oh, and here's why we were looking at the 62 car, because Andrew Danilou has had a little spin down there.
Yeah, he could have done with getting the brakes on a little bit sooner, but you know, don't criticise the amateurs because they're doing all they can. And now down in that infamous turn 11, get it wrong one way, you'll pay the penalty. It just goes on and on and on. You can either try and hug it all the way around or make a wide arc and then cut back and make a definitive apex. But the trouble of doing that is it's probably, again, you're getting a lot of rubber pickup on the outside of the corner. So in effect, what it's going to do is just automatically narrower the entry point into turn 11, and you're not going to have a lot of choice.
Ruslan Sliperkov in the Team Ukraine Ferrari, it was having that little moment. But here is our race leader then.
Still
Down.
2 seconds.
Yep, no, my apologies. That is the sister car of Henri Moser, which is running in 59th position after
now there is that's
puncture.
only, yeah, just
still Henri Moser down into the chicane.
a little bit wide, bit wide coming out of turn 2.
And it's been given a drive-through penalty. In fact, as we're looking at it, because of the collision earlier on with Klaus Hummels, you said there wasn't quite enough room.
Well, it was a marginal call, and I suspect that Moser was hoping that there was going to be a bit of cooperation from the Mercedes-Benz, and of course, at the realisation that wasn't going to happen, it was too late. So if you're going to stick your nose down the inside into one of these slow corners at Paul Ricard, you need to make sure that your car is further forward than it was with Moser on the Mercedes, when he really only had the nose parallel to the rear wheel of the Mercedes, not far enough forward. So therefore an unnecessary collision has been penalised with a drive-through penalty.
Now this one is our race leader, Jelmer Berman, the Mark VDS machine. Oh, and there's the Haribo Porsche out of the race, and we think it just pulled off, unfortunately. So that's the end of the race for Christian Menzel, Emmanuel Collard and Mike Stursberg. And there, unfortunately, is a problem for Henri Assis. Looks like he's had a bit of contact on that front left.
Yeah, a bit of contact. You can see the carbon fibre. Here it is.
Okay.
Oh, it wasn't contact. That was, well, you know,
barge.
I got to see your World Rally, what do they call it, wrestling, and that was a real wrestling manoeuvre. I mean, up against the ropes and still sticking it in them. I mean, that was aggressive overtaking, and no doubt will also rile the stewards, and may well suffer a penalty. The penalty, of course, here is compounded by the fact of the damage that you've done to your car. Interestingly, just Jelmer Berman in the last couple of laps has managed to pull over half a second over Maximilian Buch in second place in the Mercedes. Now, whether that's because they're now into catching the tail enders and just getting through the tail enders more cleanly, need to keep an eye and see whether that gap has stabilised. There we can see the lead car. This is it coming up now into Seed corner. Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes behind. Looks to me to be a little bit more stable than it had been. Certainly 2.6 seconds last time across the line. I suspect it's not going to be any more than it is currently.
And then there is Peter Dumbreck running in 5th place in the JRM Nissan. Of course, former champions with Lucas Luhr and Michael Crum in the FIA GT1 World Championship, so they know how to run a Nissan JRM. They've got Nigel Stepney on board as well, so it's a very impressive team. And finally, here in Blancpain, they're starting to show some of those credentials as we watch the Von Ryan Racing McLaren. Currently in the hands of Rob Bath.
Well, I mean, Rob knows his way around a racetrack, very experienced, very good driver, and trying to play catch-up. They struggled a little bit with running on Saturday morning, and then they think they found some of the performance they know the car has got. They managed to unlock some of that performance on Saturday afternoon. And Rob Bath doing a good job for Davy Ryan's team. Neat little pass just up the inside. That was Leclerc got past, or I think Anton Leclerc has just been overtaken. Indeed, so it has. Leclerc's gone down to 11th, and the 69 of Rob Bell up into 10th place.
Yep, absolutely. So a change around between the McLarens.
It's a good stint from Rob Bell. He's had to do a lot of work to get through these cars. He's picked his way through carefully, not put himself into jeopardy, not done anything irrational, which is often what we have seen. Again, he's got his eyes.
Kirill Ladigan in front.
Well, he's going to run that Ferrari down, I suspect, fairly comfortably. It looks like Rob Bell has got the pace in the McLaren, and just a question then of picking and choosing the part of the racetrack where he thinks the McLaren strengths are going to be at their maximum, and hopefully that would coincide with the Ferrari not being at its strongest either.
And then it's Matt Bell behind in the second JRM Nissan in 12th place and 3rd in the Pro-Am class. Here comes the challenge then, down into the chicane. Matt Bell up the inside of Antoine Leclerc, and through he goes. So Leclerc's lost a little bit of pace in these last couple of laps.
Yeah, but if you get overtaken, it can be unsettling, and then you're looking in your mirror rather than looking ahead, so you're driving left, right in the mirrors. and there's no real interior mirrors in these cars, so your concentration and your focus sometimes can begin to look rearwards rather than keeping ahead of what you need to do. So Antoine Leclerc, who did a great job, by the way, in Monza, the opening round of the Blancpain Series, just maybe struggling and suffering a little bit from the pressure of that the Gulf Racing McLaren when it made its way through, and then there is
the number 5 McLaren, the leader of the Pro-Am class, has had a little bit of a trouble. Now, is that a spin for David Damont, or is that...
Well,
he wasn't with anyone, was he?
I think that's a turn 14. I don't know how he managed to get it out there. Well, I do actually, because if you come off turn 11 and into turn 12, if you're wrong off 11, then you can find your way actually getting it all wrong by the time you get to turn 12. So I suspect it was under brakes and the car just swapped ends, and unfortunate. That was a strong performance in qualifying to put the car 6th on the grid, 2nd of the Pro-Am cars. A very good effort.
So that means that Rob Bath in the 88 Von Ryan Racing McLaren is now into the lead of the Pro-Am category and up into 7th place. It also promotes Kirill Ladygin to 6th overall. And there is the 16 Phoenix Racing Audi. A long way down the order of Marcus Finkelhock in 22nd place. This is how difficult it is when you're the race leader to try and get through the
gap
traffic.
is down to half a second. In fact, it's less than that. Side by side. So Maximilian Buch has really benefited from the traffic right now, literally in the slipstream. Let's look
and look, he's on the outside going up into Scene Curve. The battle for the lead of the race. Maximilian Buch is right with Hjalmar Berman then, as they head into the triple left-hander, triple right-hander I should say, at turn 11.
Yeah, no doubt the traffic that these two cars have just had to get through. It looks like Hjalmar Berman was the loser. He managed to get things, I think, under control. Maximilian Buch did have that run out of turn 10, up to turn 10, I should say, into Scene, and so now it's a little bit of breathing space for Hjalmar Berman, albeit maybe less than a second, but it was better than it was about 5 corners ago.
And Alvaro Parente's closed in on both of them. The gap between him and the race leader is now 3.7 seconds. Well, we'll get a more accurate representation as they come across the line. It was 7/10 last time around. Now it is half a second, so it's come down by another 2/10, and Alvaro Parente is just 2.2 seconds behind these two as well.
And they've got traffic ahead, 2 cars ahead. So for Hjalmar Berman, it's again a worrying time. He's got to assess, where can I get past the Porsche first of all, but not let Maximilian Buch behind me and the Mercedes take advantage. Let's watch as they come down into turn 3. Well, Hjalmar Berman's doing the right thing in that he's not trying to overrun the Porsche. He knows the Mercedes can't do anything either, because he's using the bit of the racetrack that Maximilian Buch wants. Now he's got to get himself wound up to get the BMW ahead of the Porsche as they come onto this Scene straight, riding in the Porsche.
Yep, he's about to be lapped, so what's he going to do here, Ahmed Al-Hati? He looks in his mirrors.
Pass me, he's saying. So what side's the BMW? It's got to go down the left-hand side, go past. But the Porsche's got good straight-line speed.
Yeah.
And look, you see almost the Mercedes now getting up alongside, but the BMW on the inside into turn 8 gets the car stopped.
Oh,
now the long
way
around to the Mercedes. Can it get the advantage on the exit? No, the BMW's got it.
The McLaren parked almost on the apex there of the corner. He's now Buch's going to try and get in the slipstream in the Mercedes, and then pull to the inside going up into Scene. This is a bit of a strange manoeuvre. He's done it. Buch's pulled it off.
What an amazing, well, that was opportunistic, but well thought out by Maximilian Buch.
Alvaro Parente's right with them now as well. What a move from Max Buch. I didn't want to believe he could do that, but he managed to pull it off, because Scene's not a place to overtake.
The trouble is Hjalmar Berman didn't have the straight line speed to get ahead going into the Scene corner. Maximilian Buch got the slipstream off the car they were lapping and just stuck it up the inside. And by the time Hjalmar Berman got to Scene, the Mercedes was ahead, and he was compromised simply by just being in the wrong part of the racetrack, but also not having the speed at the point he needed it. And of course this has allowed Alvaro Parente and the McLaren, the Hedges McLaren, the lead McLaren in this race, to catch up now to the tail of Hjalmar Berman, who has led this race up until the lap we're on, coming up to the conclusion of lap 17, and so it is now Mercedes, BMW, McLaren.
Absolutely. So The HTP Motorsports squad in their first Blancpain Endurance race now lead the race in the hands of Maximilian Buch, 20 years old as well. To pull off that kind of manoeuvre at 20 is pretty impressive, because that looked like the move of an experienced pro. Here we go.
Here it is. You can see the McLaren comes onto the straight, right-hand side of the straight all the way down. But the car in the middle, the silver the BMW basically in the wrong part of the racetrack, but it didn't have the grunt out of turn 10 or turn 9 up to turn 10, and just got completely blindsided by Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes-Benz. Superb bit of thinking it out on the job to make sure he got the advantage when it counted. He got the two off the McLaren, and as Hjalmar Berman was being compromised because he couldn't. You know, that's what thinking racing drivers are paid to do. They're not paid to crash, they're paid to think behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and Alvaro Parent now is right behind the Dutch driver. There's Philippe Dumas and Bautier, the chief engineer, watching on at Hexis, because are we going to see soon the Portuguese Alvaro Parent pop out? Very, very quick driver, Alvaro Parent. Very strong in single-seaters as well. And actually, I was researching Sebastian Vettel the other day. Vettel didn't win when he raced in Formula Renault 3.5 at Monaco because he was beaten by Alvaro Parent. And that gives you an idea of the class of the guy.
In fairness to Alvaro, Vettel has been given the opportunities and he's made the best of them. You couldn't knock him for that. But Alvaro Parent is an outstanding driver who's maybe been overlooked in other forms of motor racing, but doing a brilliant job here today for the Hexus McLaren team, and thoroughly professional in every aspect of his approach and driving. So giving Philippe Dumas, who when we talked to him on the grid was, let's say, minimalistic in his answers, which is very much Philippe Dumas' way. I don't think he gives anything away to himself, let alone to an interviewer on the grid.
Absolutely. So we saw Greg Franke come into the pits in the 26 V1 BMW, and we're on board then with Alvaro Parent as he tries to chase down Hjalmar Berman. The gap seems to have extended a little bit. It's about a second now as they come down into turn 3.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear the thump on the curb as he went over it? I mean, certainly you can see the gap closes down significantly through turns 3, 4, but then when we get out of 4 and through 5 and then 6, the gap, that's the seesaw. We can see the gaps in turn lap 17, 18, then in 19 it actually went the other way. So whether that was a little moment for Alvaro Parent, but he had been taking lumps out of the time. That 2.3 seconds, of course, all occurred in that overtaking manoeuvre for the lead of the race. That was an unnaturally large amount of time that Alvaro Parent was able to gain. So now that these 3 lead cars are in clear air, their natural paces are beginning to come through again, and Alvaro Parent is not able to maintain the pace of the Mercedes or the BMW. Mercedes, of course, now leading the BMW in second place.
Absolutely, up into scene curve he comes, and the drivers are telling me, Nicky Mermanov was saying, in fact, that the last 10 minutes of a stint, because of the temperature, the tyres start to get a little, I mean, they're not falling apart by any stretch of the imagination, but the last 10 minutes in these hot weather can be a little bit touch and go. Well, so if you go flat out from the start, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, we're 46 minutes into this 3-hour race, so within the next 10 minutes or so, we will be seeing, I would anticipate, the first round of pit stops. It'll come between 55 minutes and maybe 65 minutes, but it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane when the first of these cars determined to make it into the pits for a driver change, tyres and fuel, and that will also have a major effect on what we're seeing right now. It's a comfortable lead for Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes, a 1 second lead, and Hjalmar Berman has a further 2.2 seconds advantage over this car here, the Hexus McLaren of Alvaro Parent, and it's David Rigo in the Ferrari 458. It's sort of pretty much on its own, but being chased down by that old stalwart, that Scot, Dower Scot, Peter Dumbrek from the Scotland. You knew, there's a knack the new. Well, that's my Jackie Stewart impersonation, really, not Peter Dumbrek, but you know, Peter is a professional driver of the highest. If I wanted to put a solid guy in any car, certainly in GT racing, Peter Dumbrek would be on my list.
And there's a moment, is that for Rahel Frey? I think she's spun, out there on the circuit. Currently running in 26th position in the WRT Audi. Just saw her recovering. Here's a bit of a battle. This is Nick Homerson now getting involved with the 555 Nissan, which is currently being driven by Nicolas Maroc. They're battling over, what is that, 23rd place now. So Homerson was in the kind of lower regions of the top 10, but he slid all the way back to 23rd, although he's still 8th in class. And that's signs like Audi's a long way down. That's a lapped car, I think. But there is Rahul Fry running in 25th position, which is a bit of a shame for the WRT squad. They would have wanted a little bit more from this weekend. Their highest running car is still Frank Stefan Otelli, sorry, in 15th place. So not great days for them.
Just interesting watching the McLaren and the Ferrari coming down the straight. The difference in the frontal area. The McLaren, you look at the nose configuration on that car, it's almost like a smile on somebody's face, but it's actually got a much smaller frontal area than some of the other cars around, who have really developed the aerodynamics around the front of their cars to maximise the amount of downforce. There's Rob Barth really involved in the battle here, and Rob Bell looking to get through, not really all that keen to. Yeah, so Rob Bauer leading the Pro-Am section of this race. He's not going to give it up. This is a race not just for the different sections, it's a race about overall position.
Absolutely, so it's Rob Barth in the 88 McLaren and Rob Bell behind in the Gulf Racing 69 McLaren.
Now the only benefit to Rob Barth to let Rob Bell through is that Rob Barth is in a different race to Rob Bell. But Rob Barth and Rob Bell are contemporaries, they're racing drivers, they're not gentlemen or amateurs, well, they may be gentlemen, but they're out there racing for position. And you can see 69 McLaren lights flashing, and in this instance, I tell you, Rob Barth has got absolutely laser tunnel vision, and it's only going forward.
Absolutely. This is the battle over 7th place in the race overall, but as we say, Rob Barth is in a different class. He's in the Pro-Am class, but if Rob Bell can get past, he's only got 3 seconds to close in on Kirill Ladigan. There's Stef Dusseldorp, the Dutch driver, trying to put on his helmet. There we go, he's got it in the end, and he's going to be taking over from Alvaro Parent relatively soon. We expect pit stops to come within in the next 10 to 15 minutes probably. And Alvaro has done a good stint. He was quicker than any of the. He was quicker than both of the top two on that last lap. Davide Rigon was even quicker, and Peter Dumbrek was quickest of them all. So it's all starting to. There's still a long way to go in this race, basically.
Well, we've got over 2 hours and what, 11 minutes of this race remaining, and it's still 28 Celsius. It may even have increased because the sun was very high in the sky and it was getting warm on the grid, so not just the ambient but the track temperature will be going up as well. But principally for each of the drivers, 1 hour in the cockpit. In the case of some of the drivers, are going to be double stinting. You know, that's a tough call on a really warm afternoon where you don't get a vast amount of airflow as much as the teams try, but airflow into the car takes away aerodynamics from the car overall, so you want to really keep a car as sealed as possible to ensure the maximum aerodynamic gain that you can get. Is that Rob Bell getting around the outside, or was it the second of the Gulf cars?
Yeah, that was Bell going past one of the MRS GT McLarens.
Yeah. But so Rob Bell still flashing his lights. Maybe is his indicator going actually, not his flashing light. The right indicator is indicating so the second of the Gulf cars is in the pits.
Yeah, that'll be Mike Wayne right in to hand over, I believe, to Andy Merrick. Yep, Wayne right in. Merrick will take over, and into the pits this is the 66 Porsche of Oman driver Ahmed Al Hadi, and he is going to hand over to his teammate Miro Konopka. Or sorry, the other way around. I think Konopka will now hand over to Al Hadi. And you can see no tyres are allowed to be changed whilst the fuel is going into the car. As a few of the teams now decide this is the moment to bring in their cars. You can see how close it is there down in the pit lane. That's the Gulf McLaren of Andy Merrick leaving. And now, okay, it's going to be a double stint then, is it, for Miro Konopka?
Looks like it, yes. And I didn't see a driver change, and it all looked rather leisurely from the the driver situation, so he's staying in for a double stint. Of course, the Porsche is a rear engine, but not just rear, it's actually behind the centre line of the axle, but its radiators are actually directly behind the nose and just ahead of the wheel. They're a very vulnerable position in the 997 Porsche GT3s, so they tend to try and avoid contact wherever possible. But that battle, look at this, for Rob Barth and Rob Bell at it, hammer and tongs. Two Brits going for it, both at identical McLaren MP412Cs. And Rob Barth really doing a stunning job here this afternoon for the Von Ryan Racing McLaren.
Absolutely, we've seen Rob Bell perform strongly so far this season. In fact, he, Nico Verdonk and Adam Carroll are in 5th place in the Pro Cup Championship, so a good result here. They'll be up into 4th place because Turner, Makovic and Booker aren't racing. Leclerc, Parisi and Soucek are struggling, so this could see them move up. So Stifler, Sandstrom and Mai, so a good result here for that 69 Golf racing car. They could see themselves move up into 2nd position
got ahead, Rob
in the
Bell.
championship. Yes,
Yep,
he's got ahead. So Rob Bell past Rob Barth up into 7th place. Barth is still leading Pro-Am though with a 2.7 second advantage back to Matt Bell. So we've now got Rob Bell, Rob Barth and Matt Bell running 7th, 8th and 9th.
Three musketeers, but anyway, Rob Barth, nothing really lost. He's done a great job to keep Rob Bell behind. Rob Bell, no doubt, will be spitting in his helmet saying, get out of my way, you're not in my race. But it is a race. And the point is, you do the best for yourself and your team, regardless of the category you're in.
Into the pits comes Nicolas Maroc, and he will... and there's a bit of rear bodywork damage. And that's the Boots and Gignon car. They were running in 51st place. It's Karim Ojay at the wheel.
Yeah, Honda's actually more than bodywork at Honda's. It's actually a rear tyre. Looks to me as if it is a rear tyre. And there it is. So probably what's happened with the tyre, the carcass of the tyre came away from the rim. It may well have been the cause of the damage to the flapping rear bodywork. And that's always a problem when you have a deflation. You need to slow down sufficiently to make sure that you get back to the pit.
And there's a car off.
Looks like a Mercedes.
The marshal's just attending it there. We'll see if we can pick up on that one. There you can see the pit lane. All quiet at the moment, but it's going to get very busy when these leaders begin to make their pit stops.
Well, there's 55 minutes of this race has been run, and well, it's can I, will I, won't he, will he let me go through or not? And you've got to be careful if you're not certain about the driver. You're making an overtake maneuver around. Well, the Porsche's going into the. No, we didn't. They just actually.
So that
back
battle,
to this.
Yeah, that battle continues, and we're now watching Alvaro Parent. And Alvaro Parent lost a lot of time on that last lap, about a second and a half, because he was pushed wide at the last corner, we're hearing.
Now Steph Dusseldorp is ready to get into the car. So Hexus McLaren, they're renowned for their mega pit stops. So we wait and see Alvaro Parent. What was the cause? There's a bollard, looks like it's been knocked down just beyond the apex of the cars in turn 4.
Well, I think that might be Nick Homerson. The timing screens are saying that car 50 is off in the barriers at turn 4, so I think Nick Homerson might be the man who's...
Well, certainly there was a car up against the barriers. We didn't see it. It was sort of a very long shot. Couldn't tell if it was in the barrier or just against it, but indicating that the car...
Oh, there it is.
Well, that is a Ferrari, and that's backwards into the barriers.
Yeah, that's Nick Homerson, and, well, heads in hands suggests that he may have made a mistake.
Yeah, now that's a driver error. Under brakes again, usual thing. Braking, back end getting a little bit loose, losing grip from the rear tyres, and then once it starts to slide, there's not an awful lot you can do. It's the traditional pendulum effect that, particularly with a mid-engine or a rear-engine car, it's difficult to control. So he slaps his head, and frustration. Just under an hour of this race, and that car could have been in the pit lane, probably at the end of this lap for a driver change. So how frustrating can that be?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the end of the race for them. And here's Wolfgang Wright, not really taking the circuit, I don't think, there, was he? It looked like he'd gone across the runoff. Might have been wrong.
I think it's just a camera on board camera. We're now onto the Mistral Straight. So coming up the incline up towards Scene Corner. Oh, he's got a lift.
Yep.
Oh, there's something in the road. There's a tyre.
Yeah.
That must be the tyre actually lying. Now, are they going to leave it there? You can't put a marshal out on track. There, Alvaro Parent is into the pits in the Hexus McLaren, and everybody following David Ricard is coming in as well. So maybe because of that tyre in the middle of the circuit at Seed Corner, teams are going to take the opportunity. I wonder, will we see a safety car intervention? Because I would not want a marshal going out on track to clear that tyre while cars are at racing speed.
So this is Steph Dusseldorf getting into the Hexus McLaren because Ramos has come in as well. Rigon has come in to hand over to Cesar Ramos in the 44 Kessel Racing Ferrari. So Hexus and Kessel in the pits. This will be interesting actually because Hexus were ahead. Let's see if they are ahead when they leave the pit lane. That could be interesting.
Getting the belts tight. Of course, big difference in height between Alvaro Parent and Steph Dusseldorf. So they normally have little seat fillers inserts that the shorter driver will put into the seat. And then he gets out and pulls that with him as they change the right front, and looks a pretty good stop. Steph Dusseldorf. Now let's see when this whole thing unwinds. It'll take about minimum maybe 5 or about up to 10 minutes because we still have got Maximilian Buch leading this race from Hjalmar Berman. They have yet to make their pit stops.
So Dusseldorf gets out well in front of the Kessel Ferrari. Just looking out the window of the commentary box, the Kessel car is still in the pit lane, and so it's still a comfortable net third place at the moment for Steph Dusseldorf.
What we need to see is how do Mercedes for Baumann when he changes, and Hjalmar Berman and the BMW, how good a teamwork are those teams going to do? The Mark VDS team for the BMW and the Black Falcon team, not the Black Falcon, the HTP Motorsport team for Maximilian Buch with Luca Ludwig, the son of great legend, German legend Klaus Ludwig, multiple winner of Le Mans and German touring cars, and pretty much anything that had wheels he drove. So Luca continuing the great name of Ludwig, but Luca Ludwig is a bit of a mouthful.
It is, isn't it? But yeah, he will be taking over from Maximilian Buch. Now Peter Dumbreck has just come into the pits, so he's going to be changing car as well, or changing driver I should say, the 23 Nissan.
Well, you got your choice. Lucas Luhr, I suspect, will be in next. Remember at Silverstone, Stephen Kane in the closing moments of that Blancpain Endurance event was absolutely blinding. He made up 2 positions in the closing laps. So the team may opt to put Lucas Luhr in the middle stint, and then Stephen will go in and hopefully continue the work he did, as we saw at Silverstone just over a month ago.
Yeah, absolutely. But Maximilian Buch is continuing to lead the way. He's got a 1.6 second advantage over Hjalmar Berman, so still fairly comfortable. They've also got an SMP Ferrari, I think, in the middle between them. So they come under braking. That's just a back marker.
Yeah, Hjalmar Berman will be a little bit worried about the Ferrari because he doesn't want to lose additional time to Maximilian Buch. And the BMW, we saw it struggled when it lost its lead. Now he's got a bit of a slipstream from the Ferrari as they climb up the hill into Seed. He didn't quite see if he was able to get through.
So that is Luca Ludwig who will go in next, I believe. But just to round off the story from a moment ago, when the Pro-Am leader David Damon, we saw him at the side of the circuit, contact between cars 5 and 71 is now under investigation. Car 71 is Kirill Ladygin, who was behind him on track at the time.
And
so
it's the indication that it was Kirill Ladygin who's the guilty party, because the team manager of that car was summoned immediately. We get these continuing rolling messages on timing and scoring, so the team manager was being called to the race director immediately, and no doubt will feel the full force of Bernard Cottrell. BMW comes into the pits. Hjalmar Berman. So second place car into the pit lane now, and this will be ultimately part of a 3-way battle for who will actually lead the race once the first round of pit stops are concluded. Have Hexus done enough, as they've done in the past? We know how good they are, but Mark VDS, again, top professional team, and they're not going to lose a second if they can avoid it.
So Mark VDS are right at the top of the pit lane, literally right by the entrance to the pits. And
it's
so and that is Christopher Haas in the Phoenix Audi. was running in 12th place, just ahead of his teammate Markus Winkelhock.
Well, he
so
won't be
hopefully
now.
they didn't come together.
So there is Stef Dusseldorp out on his first flying lap. We assume maybe it's now his second flying lap. In fact, he'll have had that lap at the time that we saw the car leave the pit lane. So fresh tyres, of course, car will feel refreshed, as well as having a fresh driver behind the wheel. You put on new rubber and all of a sudden the car is transformed.
And it's
the end of a long 1 hour stint.
It's a drive-through penalty for Kirill Ladygin for contact with David Dermont. So Kirill Ladygin in the SMP Ferrari will have to take a drive-through penalty. So of the leaders, the last man to pit is Maximilian Buch. Out of the pits now comes, now that's interesting, the Mark VDS car is going to come out behind the Hexus McLaren, is it? It's going to be tight. No, not quite.
Just looking, getting an eye for the time for Stef Dusseldorp. And
look at that, very close. Stef Dusseldorp now right up behind the back of the 3 car, which is now in the hands of Bas Leinders. So this is the battle of his net second place.
He's got to pounce now. He's got to make his move as quickly as possible. There he goes down the inside. Can he get alongside cleanly? Yes, he does. Good pass. Well done, Stef Dusseldorp. Bas Leinders, of course, on an outlap is inherently going to be marginally more cautious than Stef Dusseldorp, who has had the benefit of 1 or maybe 2 laps. Car is settled, tyres are working temperature. But, you know, he's not all over and done, because although he's got ahead of the BMW, Bas Leinders is in a position to try and pick up the slipstream as they come onto the Mistral straight, still running close behind the back of the McLaren. Comes out to get a little bit down the inside, but not close enough to have a serious attempt to take that position. Traditionally, he just rejoined the track in and lost in the space of 3 corners.
Into the pits then comes Maximilian Buch, the race leader. Here he is on screen now. He is going to hand over, I believe, to Lucas Ludwig. Climbing into the car. Well, yes, it is, because it's not Alan Day, so it's Lucas Ludwig taking over.
Interesting,
Ludwig, I should say.
Stef Dusseldorf's last lap on fresh rubber, obviously with more fuel on board, compared to the real leader of this race who's just come into the pit, Maximilian Buch. 0.2 of a second quicker than Mercedes was on the McLaren. So the Mercedes is doing a good job on worn or used tyres, albeit with a lot less fuel on board.
Okay, so Luca Ludwig we saw getting strapped in to the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. And so it's all going to be about that pace from Stef Dusseldorp that John was just talking about. Is that outlap pace enough for the Hexus to get past into the lead of the race? He's already got into second place.
Easy, because he's coming through the final corner onto pit straight, and the Mercedes is just beginning to... there it is. Hasn't even got all the wheels and tyres changed. Been a disaster for the team. They're only now getting the final wheel on. The McLaren has gone through there.
Yeah.
We can see
the door's open. The door's open on the Mercedes, and that's a disaster. Absolute disaster for the HTP squad. The door popped open just as it drove past our commentary box, and that has ruined their race, because they'll have to stop and get it shut.
Well, he's not going to stop around the racetrack and get a marshal to stop. He's going to drive back to the pits. And, of course, the aerodynamics of the car and everything about the car, and goodness knows what's going on within the cockpit, in the helmet. From young Luca Ludwig, he's got to be careful. What he doesn't want to do is come back at race speed. And there we see Maximilian Buch, Dominic Baumann, I beg your pardon, looking absolutely frustrated and perplexed that why did the door, that wasn't the door that the driver exited and entered from, why is the one on the other side open?
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Is there a virus going around with these doors?
Potentially. So that, unfortunately, for what was the race leader, is going to be the end of any meaningful challenge for the race victory. So now it looks like it's going to be between Stef Dusseldorp in the Hexus McLaren and Bas Leinders in the Mark VDS BMW.
I mean, every time the car turns right, the G-forces on the door slam it against the hinges. Got to be careful, Luca Ludwig. You don't want to have that door being ripped off, which in my case would see that car having to be retired.
Yeah, quite possibly through Scene Curve, and it looks like a short oval stock car now, doesn't it? All it needs is the number on the side, and well, it's got that actually, so it's very similar. But as they come into turn 11, Luca Ludwig will have to come straight back to the pits, And, well, such a shame for HTP. It's their first race in Blancpain. They had great pace, but it hasn't worked out.
Why has it been the right-hand door on both the SLS Mercedes-Benz that have popped open? Because they're left-hand drive car, there's no reason for the right-hand door to be open other than a team member wants to dive in and maybe assist with the belts being changed, or the drivers being changed, and making sure the belts and everything else is in conformity. So here we see a bit of gaffer tape. That's the way to fix any problem in motor racing. Get that tape out, stick the baby down, and well, what frustration for the HTP team. They've done a great job in qualifying. Maximilian Brooks did a stunning job, took the lead of the race, great overtake into Scene, and consolidated. So
here it comes, mind your head. And yeah, maybe that door was open to help strap him in.
Well, it may well have been, but you know, it still doesn't explain why the door should have. Well, maybe if it hadn't been fully shut, they didn't put any tape on it. They just firmly made sure it was closed. As the Audi comes out of the pit lane, and the Mercedes
very slow Audi.
It's very slow indeed, and it's going to be a very tight entry into turn one.
So we'll wait and see where that drops Luca Ludwig down to. We'll get that information in a lap or so when it's all.
By the way,
sorry.
Rob Barth has yet to make a pit stop. Rob Barth is leading this race.
He certainly is. As you say, though, he's yet to make his pit stop, so we'll see how that all transpires. This is Steph Dusseldorf trying to make up a bit of ground. Also out there is Gregoire Demoustier.
I don't understand.
And also out of the race, sorry to interrupt you there, is Pierre Hershey.
I don't quite understand because... oh, no, so it's changed now. Demoustier, in fact, was showing a second place. And that isn't the case. In fact, showing a second place. This car 12, well, it is still Demoustier, but I don't understand how.
Well, Demoustier's pitted, and he's now handed over to Jan Goody, and I think the next time they come across the line, Steph Dusseldorf will move back up into second place on our timing screens. Into the pits then is our previous race leader Rob Barth in the Von Ryan Racing McLaren. Refueling is going on there. Here we go then across the line then. Dusseldorf is now leading the race for Hexus McLaren. Second place then is Bas Linders, who's staying with Steph Dusseldorf at the moment. Third place is Cesar Ramos, about 5 seconds behind the front two. So there you'll just see the red Kessel Ferrari at the back of the shop.
Yeah, all three lead cars running in the 2 minutes 08.6 to 8 seconds. So there's very little to choose between the first three cars in their lap time, but of course there's a little bit of a gap between second and third. As Bas Linders winds up the BMW Z4M, trying to run down the Hexus McLaren of Steph Dusseldorf, but he's not letting that McLaren get away.
No, absolutely
not. The BMW is a quick car around Paul Ricard, 5.8 kilometers, 15 corners. Slightly aggressive switch from left over to the right to get back into line as the former lead car, the car that Rob Barth led this race as well as the Pro-Am Cup, is back out on track.
He should still be leading the Pro-Am Cup, I believe. He's now handed over to Jordan Grogor, one of the two South Africans in the race. Well, the other one is Leon Price's teammate. There's our race leader, and this is the battle for the race lead, in fact, because Bas Linders is right on it.
Bas is, now he's got everything up to working temperature, he's familiar with the car, he is giving the McLaren a real good workout as they come out of turn 9, looking to just frustrate more than anything else, to try and get Steph Dusseldorf to think about where is he going to pass, or is he going to bother. But if you can get a driver to start looking one way and the other in the mirrors and get him distracted and thinking negatively, that's what you look to do. Steph Dusseldorf comes into turn 14 then on the brakes, and you can see the slightly different line, the more defensive line from the McLaren, the more potentially quicker line with Bas Linders as they come through turn 15, gets a slightly better run onto this long start-finish straight at Paul Ricard, up to about 140 miles an hour before you get on the brakes. Heavy braking down 3 gears into turn 1.
Steph Dusseldorf, who started his career in single-seaters before deciding that GTs was a much better way to go. And he's trying to...
trouble in,
well, yeah,
6 foot, whatever.
Must be 3 or 4. He's taller than me.
He's a very tall guy, and although it's not about your overall height, it's about the proportion of the length of your limbs, your legs in particular. You could be like Eddie Irvine, for example, who's got Diddy Man legs, or Gerhard Berger, who's got extremely long legs. But they're both similar kind of heights. Eddie was maybe a bit shorter. Eddie had a lot more brain power, he said.
Well, we'll see. Here comes the battle for the lead then, up towards the Mistral chicane. And Bas Leiners isn't quite close enough, but at some point or another they will encounter traffic. And that is the kind of situation where Bas's experience may come into play a little bit. Ex-Formula 1 test driver for the Minardi team, made 17 Friday test appearances for Minardi in 2004. And he is now putting Stef Dusseldorp, the young man from the Netherlands, under an awful lot of pressure for the lead of this race, but we're not even at half race distance yet.
No, and it's a tough one because the traffic that they're about 3 cars ahead of them, who are all involved in their own race, and they're really, all their focus is about that, rather than keeping a weather eye on. There's a waved yellow flag as they come through the long turn 11. We don't know where that car, well, there's a car just out on the outside near the tyre wall. So, of course, no overtaking allowed in a yellow flag zone. You've got to wait until you get the waved green flag before you can make an attack. But really little you can do once you've come out of turn 13 into 14, other than, again, it's about position. As Stef Dusseldorp's looking to dive down the inside of the McLaren, gets it done. And Bas Leiners also gets up the inside and actually benefits. Slight hesitation from Stef Dusseldorp because he wasn't sure that McLaren was going to let him through. So net, I would say Bas Leiners has done pretty well out of that.
Yeah, somewhere in there are our 2 race leaders. The camera doing a good job to pan with them as we come into turn 1. Still no room for Bas Leiners to get past. These two are running at a very similar pace, so I think even if Bas managed to get past, I don't think he'd exactly pull away into the distance.
Well, there's one thing following. It's another thing when you get into clear air. We know that the BMW had pole position here. Its lap and pole position time was a 2:06 compared to the McLaren, which was both 2:06s, but there was half a second advantage to the BMW. Now that was in qualifying configuration, but it indicates to me that in sheer out-and-out single lap speed terms, the BMW has got a small edge over the McLaren, but we're not in qualifying conditions. We've got traffic, we've got racing going on, we've got to deal with lap traffic, we've got to deal with other factors which make a race an entirely different deal to going out and doing a 1 single lap qualifying run.
So now that first round of pit stops is over, let's have a little look at exactly how we're standing at the moment. Stef Dusseldorp is in the lead of the race. Bas Leiners is second. Third then is Cesar Ramos, who's closing in on the 2 of them. He's only 4 seconds behind now. It was 5 when he came out of the pits. 4th place, 20 seconds further back down the road, is Lucas Luhr.
Keep an eye on Lucas Luhr because although he's 20 seconds down the road, he's got a clear air certainly behind him, and he's got pretty much clear air ahead of him. The only difficulty he will have, of course, is the same problem the lead 2 cars are having to deal with. That will be coming up to lap traffic, but he's not battling with anybody as we're watching the lead cars do. They're having to battle, which does have a detrimental effect on your lap time, whereas Lucas Luhr, who's literally, if there's ever a racing driver who earns his money, it is Lucas Luhr. He's either at Le Mans in America, in Europe, and at the same time he's building his own house by himself in Germany, or he was a couple of years ago. I'm sure he's still building it.
Was it him or Michael Crum that wrote that book? But they wrote a book about how to be a racing driver. It was him or Crum, I can't remember.
Yes, Michael Crum wrote a very well and widely praised and accepted book on the skill and art of being a racing driver. I think he's more focused on tennis this weekend because his wife was playing at Wimbledon. She's the eldest, I think, lady competitor. Nevertheless, an outstanding Japanese lady Wimbledon player.
So there is Stef Dusseldorp. And
Donk has gone fastest sector time of anybody.
That's Verviche, that's Frederick Verviche.
That's
in the Boots and Ginion.
Yeah.
Number 5 car.
That's a very, very
difficult day so far, but they are only 7 seconds off the Pro-Am lead just to complete the top 10. Mike Parisi in the ART Grand Prix McLaren has done a brilliant job to be up to 5th place because the ART car were kind of running lower reaches of the top 10, but Parisi's now guided them up into 5th place. Then Nico Verdonk is in 6th in the Gulf Racing McLaren. Laurens Vanthoor is the first of the WRT Audis in 8th. Luca Ludwig after his door problem is in 9th place. Here comes Bas Leinders coming down the back straight, and this should be the move for the lead. Oh, the McLaren's good on the brakes there, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, certainly was on the brakes later than Bas was. Bas, of course, on the inside had to slow down more because of the acuteness of the corner he was about to approach, and that allows Steph Dusseldorf to be able to run that a little bit later and then have the advantage at the point of turn. And again, the interesting thing is Bas Leinders didn't force the issue. He didn't try to muscle to get ahead of Steph Dusseldorf, because had he done so, he may well resulted in contact, and that's as important as taking the lead, is knowing how and when to do so. So Bas Leinders clearly indicates he's got the pace down the Mistral straight. He just needs to make sure that he's slightly further alongside before they come into the braking zone, and therefore denies Steph Dusseldorf the opportunity. Well, Hjalmar Berman, you can see he's had a whole afternoon in the cockpit of his car that is in 2nd place, being driven by Bas Leinders, but delighted with the job he's done. Great job for the BMW, the VDS, Mark VDS, BMW team.
So out onto the start-finish straight again they come to complete the 34th lap here at Paul Ricard. Only 0.4 of a second separating them still, and all of this is allowing Cesar Ramos in that red Ferrari to close it even more. He was a second quicker on that last lap. The gap between Leinders and Ramos is down to 3 seconds now.
That's why I believe the BMW shouldn't get clear of the McLaren, will pull away. It is the quicker car overall in a single qualifying lap. It's probably in this context the quickest car as well.
So we saw Hjalmar Berman looking a little bit warm in the garage. He enjoyed his close-up, so let's give him some more airtime. He's down there with Emily.
Hjalmar, that was a fantastic stint for you. Do you think Bas will be able to get ahead of Hendricks?
Thank you. Well, it was a great stint. I mean, the car did a great job. It was really nicely balanced, and I could pull away a bit. But then, you know, catching the back markers was really a drama. There wasn't one which just lets you pass. The blue flags, I think, were a bit too far away off the circuit, so you don't really see them. So I was fighting with traffic, and we're quite slow on top speed. So once the Mercedes comes close, it's difficult. And at some point, Ferrari ruined my exit, and the Mercedes just drafted by. But anyway, that's it. I think we have, like I said, we have a great car. Bas is doing a good job, pushing the McLaren a bit. So hopefully we can catch them and have a good result.
Good luck, thank you.
So, Hjalmar Berman relatively happy with how things are progressing. There's his car in 2nd place at the moment, and it'll be Max Martin versus Alexander Sims in the final stint, if these two are still battling on circuit, which will be quite a thing to watch, because Max Martin's really been very impressive in the last few years in GT cars, but right now it's Dusseldorf versus Leinders.
Yes, and Steph Dusseldorf has managed to consolidate a little bit after that serious threat from the BMW in 2nd place as they came down into the chicane on the back straight into turn 9. Bas Leinders thought better of it rather than attempting something which was going to be marginal. Sits back and watches, keeps the pressure on Steph Dusseldorf. The feature that's going to probably determine the lead of this race will be, once again, as we mentioned, as the 3rd place, the Ferrari. Now, Cesar Ramos, it's, well, what's the gap? It's 1.8 seconds, so he's got that gap down consistently over the last 4 to 5 laps.
That was another 0.8 of a second taken out of Bas Leinders on that last lap.
10th, then 9/10, then 7/10. So he's taken the best part of almost 2 seconds in the last 3 laps.
Impressive stuff from Cesar Ramos. And there is Lucas Luhr as well. He's lapping 2 minute 10.5. So that last lap he was slower than the two drivers.
Maybe the gap has actually extended slightly. Ramos has picked up the pace and pulled away from Lucas Luhr. It was 20 seconds, now it's over 21.2 seconds. Nevertheless, you know, it's all about, we're not seeing what's going on with every car at every corner and every lap, because you just have to be one car at the wrong part of the corner, and Lucas Luhr looked like he was slightly disappointing as he came through the exit of turn 6, didn't quite get the momentum onto the back straight, and you need that momentum to carry all the speed down this first part of the Mistral straight. Can't get past the McLaren, so he's got to wait, but the grunt from that engine, the 1.6 engine in the Nissan will no doubt pay dividends as they accelerate up the hill now towards Scene. Lucas Noor, lights flashing, wanting to get down the inside, doesn't want to have that momentum stalled out anymore. He'll not get it done in Scene, but he will get it done on the run down into turn 11. That droit to a poussée. There he goes, looks down the end. No, not quite what he does. He drives up on the inside of the corner. Literally had almost 4 wheels off the racetrack. Whether that'll be under review by race director as a misuse of the racetrack, I think really he was lapping a back marking car, and I think that one might be given the bye.
Yep, he was going past Paolo Andreassi in the MRS GT racing car, who's also teammates with Pablo Palladino and Gaetano Ardanga Perez. And now we are watching Mike Parisi then in 5th place. As I say, good drive from the ART squad. They qualified relatively well, 7th row of the grid, so 13th place. So to have climbed up to 5th is a pretty good effort from them. And Mike Parisi, who has been confirmed in the last few weeks as doing the rest of their Blancpain Endurance Series campaign. The team were happy with his performances in Monza and Silverstone, so he's been signed up for Spa and the Nürburgring as well.
Good. Let's see whether Mike Parisi can do anything with the cars he's coming up to lap, and it's the Mercedes. He's right under the rear wing of the Mercedes, and the Mercedes flashing at the Audi ahead. So Mike Parisi might look to take a quick dive down the inside, but the Mercedes does the very thing that we got. The McLaren still with its indicator flashing. That's the 69 car. It's been flashing since pretty much the early part of the race, and it's still flashing. I don't know. Oh, it's both of them going. In fact, he's on the flicker in the car to tell these cars that I'm coming through. I'm a quick car. I'm in a battle, and please respect my race. I'm not doing anything to upset yours.
And it's Nico Verdonk who's actually trying to close in on Mike Parisi. There's only 1.7 seconds between them. There's been a bit of a sea change up at the front. Look at all of a sudden, Steph Dusseldorf has pulled out a big old lead over Bas Linders. 1.6 as they came across the line. Add another 4 seconds, 4 tenths in the second sector, so it's 2 seconds.
Sort of strange. The last lap, actually, Bas Linders was quicker by 2 tenths of a second.
So, Steph Dusseldorf leading the way. His teammate Alvaro Parent took the opening stint of the race, and now he gets to talk to Emily.
Great. That was great work in the pit stops, going from 3rd to 1st. Do you think you'll be able to hold off now?
Well, we seem to struggle just a little bit towards the end of the stint. The rear tires seem to go off quite a lot. Obviously other cars have the same, but at least we tried to take measures for the second stint and the 3rd one, so it should be a little bit better. The guys did a great pit stop, and we hope for another great pit stop and see if we can fight for the race, fight for the win.
Great, thank you.
So Dusseldorf now 2 seconds clear.
Strange,
and all of a sudden Linders is only 4 tenths clear of Cesar Ramos. So Ramos has been closing in, and now he is finally right with the BMW. So there's Steph Dusseldorf, our race leader. Then the next 2 cars to come into shot as Dusseldorf tries to get past the Porsche.
And he got ahead.
Linders and Ramos. No, that's the back marker. Yep,
getting too excited. But it's difficult to see where Bas Linders has lost the time. I mean, clearly traffic is the obvious reason, but...
And here comes Ramos. Well, Ramos has got a great run. Coming out onto the Mistral straight. He looks to the outside line as they come down into the chicane. Linders will have the inside. We've seen him be poor on the brakes. And the job is done. Easy peasy. Cesar Ramos in the Kessel Racing Ferrari championship leaders up into 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, that all happened as the cars came through turns 5 and 6. And Bas Linders did not get a good run. He was slightly held up by one of the lapping cars, but the Ferrari saw the opportunity, and Cesar Ramos used that. You could see the difference in speed as they actually hit the straight. Ferrari was probably travelling, what, 10 miles an hour quicker at that point, and Bas Linders was a sitting duck. Nothing he was able to do at all. And it's frustrating for a driver when you know that you're going to lose a position, and well, all you do is sit there and hope that maybe you can return the compliment at a later point.
So fantastic driving from Cesar Ramos, who has an awful lot of pedigree in single-seaters, won the 2010 Italian Formula 3 Championship, beating the likes of Stefan Raquelmi, who's now doing GP2, Christopher Zanella, who's doing World Series by Renault, so he's more than a match for the top single-seaters of drivers of the day, and he's out here in GTs as one of the two Brazilians, and he's absolutely bossing it at the moment.
Well, he's looking to try and now run down the leader of this race. He's got traffic ahead of him, but he will be looking to pass the Porsche on the exit of turn 2 to try and get that Ferrari into clear air as they run down into turn 3. He doesn't want to hang around too long because his momentum will be lost, but the Porsche's got good straight line squirt.
But Ramos, whilst getting past Bas Leinders, also took a second out of Stef Dusseldorp's lead. So the gap between first and second is now, well, as they cross the line, it was 1.1 seconds. It might be a little higher now because the Porsche is in the middle, but essentially the gap was 5 seconds after the pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, it's been stretched again because simply the straight line Porsche performance is greater than that of the Ferrari, and Cesar Ramos is really going to struggle to find to get away past him. You can see he's coming out looking, but Porsche just gone straight line. Now Ramos looks to down the inside sufficiently ahead, and the good work by the Porsche to let that car go through cleanly. As we go back and look at the Pro-Am car that Rob Barth did such a good job in, and that's still leading the Pro-Am category, so they will be absolutely delighted. Big responsibility for Leon Price when he gets in at the end of this day. We're just coming up to almost 1.5 hours of this race.
And Frederic Verviche in this number 5 Buisson-Gignon McLaren is also the quickest man out there on the circuit. He's just on the fastest middle sector of anyone in the car that he is sharing with David Damon. So despite that contact, they've managed to haul themselves back up into the lead of Pro-Am. So very impressive stuff. Drive-through penalty has been given for car 230, which is Charlie Bateman's Nissan JRM. But we are now at half-race distance. Stef Dusseldorp leading the way, but Cesar Ramos is coming at him. 1.1 seconds behind at the end of the previous lap. We'll keep an eye on whether that gap continues to close.
It has. It's closed. It's down to, well, just literally over the second. So
as we continue to watch the Pro-Am leader, second place in Pro-Am is the 88 Von Ryan racing car of Jordan Gregor. That's the car that will then have Leon Price in it later on.
Is that in the barrier? It is. Yep. The tail of the car, Boris Rothenberg.
In the SMP Racing Ferrari. And
well, he's lost it for some reason in the exit of turn 5. I mean, just simply probably a little bit too much. Maybe rode the curb. Let's look and see what's happening.
He was running in 50th place. Oh, it's contact.
It's turn 11, not turn 5 at all. So that was a pretty quick corner. But that's a separate issue. That's a separate incident from the one we're looking at. There's another Ferrari. So the sister car to the one that's in the barrier is, well, there it is returning. It's the damage to the bodywork. Hope it hasn't done the exhaust system because it's very exposed at the back of the Ferrari. But certainly the body panels will need to be attended to. And that car will be spending a bit of pit time.
Yep, I think so. So whether those two incidents were linked or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Boris will have to head back to the pit lane. So a stream of cars coming through here, down towards the chicane. And Boris is now back up to speed, actually. So Rothenberg will be trying, I imagine, to stay out a little bit if he can.
Well, it's a long way to go before his next pit stop for the final driver change, so the bodywork will not be basically getting any better. So the team and race director will be keeping an eye on that to see whether it represents a threat or a danger to other competitors, or whether it's sufficiently secure that they can let that car remain on circuit.
Frank Keckler in the V1 Racing BMW. Behind him is Enzo Eid in the 16 Phoenix Racing Audi. That was the battling we were just watching, but this is the leading gentleman car. It's the Sofrev ASP machine. And currently at the wheel is Jean-Luc Bubelic, or Bobelic, I should probably pronounce it, after Jean-Luc Blanchemin took the first stint, and they've got a comfortable lead, some 15 seconds back to the second place car in Gentleman's Trophy, which is the Sport Garage machine of Benemigno Caccia. And So that is the lead battle in the Gentleman's Trophy. And there is that Sport Garage car that we mentioned, running in second place. And Kachia, I thought was down to start the race, so maybe he's out there for a second run. And he's actually got Luc Paillard, and there you can see Benyama Chachia. One of his teammates is Luc Paillard, who actually works for the Hexis racing team, but is also out racing this weekend. So a double job for Luc this weekend.
I think he's going to stop and help with the Lexus pit stops, or maybe he'll be able to avoid it. He hasn't got any commitments in that.
No, he's more their marketing man. Do you remember we were talking to him on a plane once on the way home? But there is the Hexis car.
But more importantly, they're in the thick of all this traffic,
and they've only got half a second advance. In fact, is the Ferrari in front?
Absolutely,
the Ferrari's in front here.
Yep, Cesar Ramos has got through.
So Cesar Ramos in the 44 car is now in the lead of the race. Somewhere through all this traffic, the Kessel Racing Ferrari has moved into the lead. As we cross the halfway point in this race, the leaders of the championship are now the leaders of the race, and the team hanging out of the pit wall to try and see whether it's true or not. When they come past, they will get confirmation that Cesar Ramos, in a brilliant stint, has moved into the lead.
Absolutely, and I mean the key, I'm sure, has been once again the sort of the flock, if you like to call it, of cars. There's maybe 8 or 9 cars all battled.
There's the reaction.
Yeah,
that's Davide Rigon there.
Yeah, he's delighted with that, and you can see the McLaren now. It's got trapped by the lap cars and meeting them at difficult parts of the racetrack, still stuck behind that Audi, and well, he will find that frustrating.
So Cesar Ramos somewhere around the circuit, probably pretty unexpected, I think, because it just came from nowhere.
There's been 8 or so cars all battling,
yeah,
but Ramos has just managed to find a way to get through with momentum, and Steph Dusseldorf has probably had to get out of the throttle to check that he wasn't going to overrun or get involved in contact. But now he's got 2 cars between the Ferrari and himself, not just the 1 car. That's going to be a struggle. Again, we come onto the straight, McLaren saying that their top speed here is not as good as some of the competitors, Ferrari amongst them. So he's
another man.
He's got 1 car, there's just 1 car between the Ferrari and the McLaren in second place.
And it's the Pro Speed Porsche, actually, isn't it? Of Mark Henrici, who is a lap down, and he's the one in the middle there, you can see, as they head along the back straight. But another man who has made some brilliant progress is Luca Ludwig. We remember he's had to make 2 pit stops, but he's managed to climb back up into 5th position. So he's lapping very quickly.
Yeah, he's also lapping at or slightly ahead of the pace of the lead cars. I mean, we had this lead change just over a lap ago. Cesar Ramos taking the lead from Steph Dusseldorf, but Baz Leinders, who's dropped just over 2 seconds now behind Steph Dusseldorf. And so we're looking at Lucas Lure in 4th place, and he's begun to break that 20-second gap that he's been really sort of driving around for the last 10 or more laps. He's got it down to just 19 seconds. So are we going to see a little bit more of a charge from the lead Nissan and Lucas Lure?
Still got an hour and 24 minutes remaining here at Paul Ricard. As the cars come across the line, then Cesar Ramos leading the way as he completes lap 42. 1.3 seconds further back is Steph Dusseldorf in the Hexis McLaren. Behind him, Bas Leinders, then Lure, Ludwig, Parisi, Verdonk. Laurence Vanthor, still the first WRT Audi, down in 9th place. Not the kind of performance they would have expected here at Paul Ricard. They were always thought they'd struggle here at WRT, but I don't think they thought they'd struggle quite this much.
No, it's just been a hard weekend for the whole Audi family, and there's been a bit of head scratching as to where the reasons lie. So they've never really had a great outing at Paul Ricard, regardless whether it's been GT1 or GT3 or in Blancpain. So they're just having to get their head down and do the professional job that team is more than capable of doing.
Nico Verdonk has also got past Mike Parisi on that last lap, so Verdonk is up into 6th place past Mike Parisi. So Cesar Ramos has managed to take the lead of the race. We can now hear from his teammate Davide Rigon.
Davide, you're leading the championship Belgium, and now you're leading the race. How's it?
We are good for now. Let's hope the team did a fantastic job on the pit. So we will see now, because it's difficult, the race is very hot. The tires go down very quickly, so now we have to be concentrate and think about the race and keep like this. It's difficult to them, so cross the fingers and let's see.
Thank you, good luck.
Davide, very satisfied with how this race is progressing, and well, he might be, because Cesar Ramos, now he's in the lead, is starting to pull clear. He's taken out 0.4 of a second over Steph Dusseldorp in this lap alone, so the gap's up to 1.8 seconds halfway around the lap. And in fact, well, he's about to come across the line now, so I expect it to be about 2 seconds. And the man on the move is Lucas Luhr. The gap was 19 seconds, as John said a few laps ago. It was now 17 seconds. So that's another 2 seconds in one lap being taken out by Luhr.
I mean, again, it may well be due to the ebb and flow of the traffic. I mean, roughly 60 cars in this event, and you just get one car, let alone maybe a group of cars, at the wrong part of circuit, and that can account for maybe up to 2 seconds of a gain or loss throughout the field. But there is the race leader, and there is Lucas Luhr.
That's the sister car, actually. That's the 230 machine.
Yeah, 23 is the Lucas Luhr car.
Yep, and this car is currently being run by Humaid Al Masoud. As he comes down into turns 3 and 4, they are running in 31st place, so not a particularly strong performance. There's the 32 Nissan. The RJN Nismo Nissan have been relatively quiet so far today. We've got Mark Shositsky in the 32 car. He's up in 16th place. The 35 car of Peter Pereira is ahead in 14th place, but we're used to seeing Buncombe or Ordóñez leading races.
Certainly you're used to seeing Alex Buncombe, and he did a brilliant job in Monza and did a brilliant job at Silverstone. But of course his teammates are coming through from the GT Academy, which is not quite the same thing as coming through karting and junior single-seater or junior formula. But nevertheless, the GT Academy drivers are doing a very, very good job. It's not right to criticise. Contact, and that was...
Whoa, that's Peter Pereira, I think, coming together with Frank Kettler, with the V1 car of Frank Kettler. As I was saying, Peter Pereira was ahead. It didn't really make sense with what was on the screen, but...
And all that was all coming out of turn 11 for some reason. Why they got together, whether one was out wide and then cut down on the other, but certainly there was a pretty abrupt contact between those two cars.
Kettler's come into the pits now in the V1 car. Peter Pereira stayed out there, but he's down into 15th place. There is limping into the pit lane the BMW. The pit crew aren't ready. They're not even coming out to do anything, so I can see them out the window here in the commentary box. So it looks like the V1 car might be out of the race. Oh, in fact, V1 are way back up the other end of the pit lane, so he's obviously left the pits and then got halfway down and decided the car's not right. So that's the state of play there. We are now watching, well, here we can see there's the V1 car of Frank Kettler. And their pit's right up the far end.
And he stopped at the Von Ryan pit. You know, I'm sure they're going to be over the moon about that. And he walked
just
away.
Left it there.
Nice one. Nice one.
That was worse than your parking in La Ciotat.
It certainly was. At least I managed to get all four wheels up on the footpath. So he walks away, and clearly there's something mechanical, not just simply bodywork with that particular car.
And look at this. This is now Mike Parisi being passed by the Pro-Am leader of Frederic Verviche. He's also lost out to Laurence Vanthor and the 70 car, the SMP Ferrari, which is now in the hands of Alexander Scriabin. So Mike Parisi was up in 5th place. He's now dropped down to 9th. We can now hear from the man walking his way all the way back in car number 26, all the way back up to his V1 garage. And we can hear from him now because Emily?
Her sister
Emily's
Emily.
with him.
Sister Emily here.
Let's go down to her.
Frank, what happened?
Yeah, the car in front of me spun. I tried to overtake, was a bit too quick, spun as well, and then we touched. Was a shame. I didn't expect it. Maybe it was also lying on the ground, I don't know. But yeah, shit season so far for us. Now we head to Spa and to make the best out of it.
Well, apologies for the language there. Frank Kettler-meant it's been a dodgy season for us so far in the Vita 1 team, and I think frankly, that was a fair assessment, because they've had a really tough season.
That's a touch of Esperanto, which is that international language that, of course, is of total uselessness to the world. But it's one way of expressing it, but it's inappropriate before the watershed. So Frank Kettler walks off. What amused me was he parked it outside another team's pit's garage, and I still would like to know why he parked the car. Was it actually a mechanical problem, or was it something that he wasn't able to tell? Maybe he doesn't even know. He just parked it and walked back.
Frederic Verviche has now moved up past Laurence Vanthor as well, and so I think Verviche is now up into, well, there is the discussion. I think they've parked it in front of an empty garage. So Verviche is now into 6th place, because he's got ahead of Scriabin as well. So this is a very impressive...
Absolutely.
Sorry, no, 8th place, my apologies for Verviche. It's Verdonk. They've both got exactly the same driver...
the same...
Yeah, VER on the timing screens. It's both Verdonk and Verviche.
Just got to look at the car number to identify the car.
But anyway, Verviche has got past Laurence Vanthor and is up into 8th place. Very impressive drive from the Belgian driver. Again, another single-seater graduate, raced for Super League Formula and was the 2008 German Formula 3 champion. So plenty of experience for him. And here's Vita 1. They've got their car. Now what are they going to do with it?
Well, let's hope they're not going to
push it back.
They can't push it back. They've got to find a way to get the car around to the back of the pits. There is an opening I think just behind where they are. So they can probably, that short distance, push the car back and get it off the pit lane, because it's only a nuisance to everybody else having that car sit there. In the meantime, Lucas Lure, we've sort of been watching his progress, and he's got the gap between himself and Baz Leinders down to just over 16 seconds. So it's been a slow and probably tough task to try and eat into the 3rd position. BMW, and Lucas Lure is managing it, but he's not going to make any significant impression with 15 minutes probably to go before Lucas Lure hands over to Stephen Kane for the final stint for Nissan.
Now this is the battle that's developing. This is all over 6th place, so it's Nico Verdonk in the Gulf Racing McLaren, car 69, followed by Alexander Scriabin in the number 70 blue Ferrari from SMP, and then Frederic Verviche in 8th place. So this Steve Jans' Black Falcon Mercedes is a back marker. It's a very quick back marker because it was on the front row of the grid, but it is a back marker nevertheless. And as they stream across the line, this is ultimately the battle over 6th position. Verdonk, as I say, and Alexander Scriabin. They're also, Laurence Vanthor's with them, but not really keeping up the pace. But this will be real frustration for Nico Verdonk.
It is, because you're pushing your foot through the foot belt to try and get more and more performance, and the Mercedes SLS ahead of you is just pulling away under acceleration, and it's just doing sufficient to put it into that zone where you can't quite make the dive down the inside. Now he can close up possibly as under pressure.
Oh,
Ferrari.
there's a look from Scriabin. Did he go?
A great pass, and look also the other McLaren side by side now.
Verviche is going to go through.
And what a big, well, how did Verdonk get that one so badly wrong?
Well, it looked to me as though Scriabin might have actually gone over the inside of the corner. Maybe it was just the camera angle, but he has now made the move anyway, up into 6th position, and Nico Verdonk has lost 2 places.
Verdonk was really focusing very much on the Mercedes, trying to position himself to get past it, and he forgot that he's got a very aggressive and racy Ferrari looking at every opportunity. But it's the McLaren, the Pro-Am car, which is doing the outstanding job here this afternoon. Got to be a candidate, in my view, if there was a driver of the day. Well, it's got to be that gentleman in the McLaren right now, trying to get alongside. He's gone alongside and taken the position from the Ferrari. Well, and how good is that? There's another McLaren.
That's Carlos Cray, who has gone off there. Yep, Carlos Creighton, 49th place, has had a bit of a moment. So Frederic Verviche then, throughout all that, is now up into 6th place. 7th place is Scriabin, 8th place is Verdonk, and 9th place is Laurens Vanthoor.
And I mean, they're going nuts. These 4 cars are sort of scrapping amongst themselves.
But Laurens Vanthoor's just been removed from the fight because he's been given a drive-through penalty for not respecting the track limits. So Laurens Vanthoor will be having a drive-through penalty before too long. But Scriabin trying to... Oh, and there's a spin in front. Steve Jans has lost it in front of all of that pack. So that's not really... He's down in, well, way down the order. But has that changed things up at the front? No, it hasn't. The order remains the same, but it would have been a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment, I think, for Verviche.
Frederic Verviche was under threat from the Ferrari, and he just managed to sneak through because of all the confusion with the Mercedes. As we now wait for this final run for Ferrari, Daniele Zampieri, who's going to be in the car. There's a great run from Cesar Ramos in the lead Ferrari, leading by, what, now 3.7 seconds from Stef Dusseldorp in the second place McLaren. Baz Leinder's a further 2.5 seconds behind, so he's actually benefited. But the big benefiter of all, Lucas Luhr, is now just under 14 seconds behind that third place BMW.
Absolutely, and less than 20 seconds off the lead of the race. So Laurens Vanthoor, we just cut to there, trying to get past Nico Verdonk, not quite making it stick. So that drive-through penalty will have to be taken pretty soon. Cars 26 and 35 have been invited, their team manager has been invited to the race director. That'll be about the incident between the Nissan and the BMW that we saw cause Frank Kettler's retirement. That, I believe, is just some lappery going on with Jordan Grosjean in the Rob Bath started McLaren. So it's all calmed down a little bit now for Nico Verdonk. It's also calmed down a little bit for Cesar Ramos, leading the way, and in the next 10 minutes or so he'll be thinking about coming into the pits.
Yeah, and he's stretched the lead, you know, with that mix and match with traffic. He's managed to stretch the lead up to 3.5 seconds, and Baz Leinder's now 3.2 seconds behind Dusseldorp in third place. 13 seconds, Lucas Luhr taking lumps of time out of the third place position of that BMW. So Lucas Luhr, with what, roughly 10 minutes to go before we would expect to see the Nissan in, he certainly has got the potential to get the Nissan within 10 seconds of third place BMW.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how the pit stops pan out then, as Daniele Zampieri gets suited and booted, ready for his final stint. Can he convert the race win as he did last time? Well, last time they won in Monza. Now, is that Vanthoor? No, I thought that was Vanthoor and Scriabin battling, but it wasn't. That was another two similar-looking cars as they dive up through the right-hander. We just caught a glimpse there of Baz Leinder's. Here we're back to the battle with Scriabin now trying to get past a back marker, with Nico Verdonk coming with him. Yeah,
McLaren really is the big loser in this battle. Look how wide, look,
where's he off to?
Absolutely, I mean, not just 4 wheels off. No, what's that? 35 for pit stop, driver change.
So that's Mark Szorzycki, I think.
It's pretty early. I mean,
sorry, Peter Pizzera to hand over to Lucas Ordóñez.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was damage after the contact, potentially.
It's going to be an hour and 8 minute stint as everybody locks hands in the pits, waiting for the Ferrari to come in. Cesar Ramos to hand over to Daniele Zampieri.
An hour and 10 minutes is a long time to hold hands in this heat.
Well, I think they're going to release hands when Cesar Ramos does his pit stop, gets out, and Mummy will be there for him.
He's now...
Again, he runs really, he's pushing the limits coming out of turn 2. Needs to be careful, he doesn't get the attention of the race director. He will not hesitate to give a drive-through penalty if you're seen to be abusing the track limits. Even if you are the race leader, the same regulations apply.
And this is not something that Pierre Dieudonné or Vincent Voss will want to see. The reigning champions, WRT, their number 2 car getting lapped here by Cesar Ramos. Nicky Meyer-Melnoff at the wheel. And
you know,
shows you what a difficult weekend
it is. But you know, horses for courses, and you know, you expect to see Audi in particular at Spa 24 being absolutely the team to beat. Ramos trying to find a way around the Audi, went down the outside going into the left-hand turn 9, couldn't get it done. So he's now got the momentum off. This turn 9 complex. Oh, well, a little bit of just
each other there,
well, get out of the way. I'm the race leader. You know, stop delaying me. I'm trying to maintain momentum. What I don't need is even a second delay, let alone 2 or 3 seconds, which you could have lost if he hadn't been on the case.
Into the pits comes Mike Parisi then. He's going to hand over to Andy Soucek for this final stint.
Well, that'll be interesting to see how Andy Soucek manages. Yeah. Don't know why Mike Parisi had that drop-off. We know that Alvaro Brenta did mention that the rear tyres in the McLaren were giving up a little bit of grip, and I just wonder maybe that Mike Parisi might have pushed very, very hard early on his tyres and just, you know.
Well, Parisi hasn't had that much pace all race, really. I mean, they did a good job in the pit stops, but his best lap is a 2-minute 10.1, which is pretty much a second slower than the guys he's battling. So, yeah, about a second off the pace, really, Mike Parisi. So they did well in the pit stops, and then probably fell back from there, I'd say, because having qualified 13th, kind of the lower reach of the top 10 is probably the best they can aim for.
Well, Andy Soucek will no doubt reclaim some of that performance as we now see a traffic jam of cars making their way into the pit lane. Come on, get it going. Having trouble firing it up. And often what happens when a car comes in really, really hot, you get a certain amount of vaporization. Hopefully that wasn't the case, but now the car, having sort of stood there for 10 additional seconds, is back on the racetrack, and Andy Soucek will be no doubt frustrated because he just doesn't need that kind of penalty.
No, absolutely not. Very successful.
Lucas Luhr, 11 seconds.
Yeah.
With 5 minutes likely before he comes in, so he's on schedule. He's done a blinding stint. He's taken the best part of 10 seconds in his stint out of the advantage of third place Baz Luhrmann.
Absolutely, very good drive, and Kessel Racing mean business, don't they? As they get ready for their final pit stop of the day.
The pit stops for Kessel Racing last season were not seen as their specialty subject. So obviously they've been working on it over winter time, and they need to get Cesar Ramos, bring that car in, Daniel Zampieri into it, and get it out again. They're 3 abreast again down the Mistral straight. Clutches of cars, all fighting. Some are lapping, some are fighting for position, some just really want the ground to open up and just let them disappear into it.
And this is exactly the reason. I mean, we've seen backmarkers play a big part of this, because it's not like, you know, Formula One, where if you're in a Marussia and you see a Ferrari in your mirrors, you know you need to move over. Here, anyone could be racing anyone, and anyone could be lapping anyone. It must be very difficult to judge.
Well, it is difficult to judge, and I mean, when you've got such a large number of cars on such a relatively short circuit, so lap of 5.8 kilometers is not actually a short lap, but in relative terms for this volume of cars. So your job is to focus ahead, and you've got to really allow the quicker cars to find their way past you, but just be predictable. Don't make unexpected or unpredictable moves.
Steph Dusseldorp in the pits. And we've commentated together too much, I think. Dusseldorp in the pits, as is the Mark VDS car. Maxime Martin taking over, so it's a bit of a straight pit stop fight, this. Alexander Sims getting into the car. Hexis and Mark VDS are fairly close together up at the top end of the pit lane. So which car will be coming out first? We expect it to be Hexis, but if things don't go to plan, if they end up with some McLaren starter motor issues, which are issues that they've solved now but ran into a lot last season.
Well, we'll soon see, because the belts are being tightened down. Alexander Sim just making whatever the adjustments he is done with his right hand as the lead Ferrari continues, coming up to the 2-hour mark, minus 3.5 minutes. So Cesar Ramos did a great job to take the lead from that lead McLaren, the Hexis McLaren, and has driven a pretty flawless stint. And we'll hand over whether he's coming in this lap or he'll continue. I mean, I would certainly keep him out there in the car. He's got the momentum.
And here comes, now that's a greatly reduced gap. Well, it's probably about 3.5 seconds, the gap between the Hexis and the and the Mark VDS. So I think it's a very similar gap as it was before. That's the other Mark VDS flashing through, and then there is Maxime Martin. Now, what kind of pace can the Belgian ace pull out of that BMW Z4? That's going to be the interesting thing to watch as we go on board with Alexander Sims.
Well, Alexander Sims, fine racing driver, but Maxime Martin in this kind of racing, that is his specialty. And Alexander Sims took the punt down the inside, rode the curb, but got through cleanly. But Maxime Martin, we know from whether it's an Aston Martin, whatever he drives, he is outstanding. And it will be an object lesson to anybody in a GT car just to watch his progress. And he will have to do a lot of work to make sure that Alexander Sims falls into his clutches. He's not going to get it easy, but we wait to see. Sims in second place, waiting for Ramos to make his pit stop. This is the last, well, more or less the last. Lucas Luhr as well, still on track. Lucas Luhr currently running in third place, but we'll wait to see what happens when Stephen Kane takes over that car. Daniel Zampieri will take over the lead Ferrari, and assuming that the Ferrari has a good stop as he comes through turns 4, 5, and then turn 6 leads onto what is in effect the beginning of the straight. You've got a kink at 7, but there's a
and there's a WRT.
Yeah,
it's a WRT Audi. He's out. He's left the pit lane, so perhaps whether the engineers can get involved in that. Well, they didn't do any work on it per se, did they?
It's almost like he forgot to turn the fuel reserve switch, isn't it?
Yeah, they just kind of looked in the car. Was that the number? Which car was that? Was it 2 potentially? Nicky Melnhoff? No, he's only made one pit stop.
We didn't get a view of the number. We couldn't quite see.
It must have been. Well, not sure. It's basically the story of the day. Which Audi it was that had that moment, and we've only got 1 hour to go in this race.
McLaren cut off the inside.
It was 13, sorry. Christopher Mees it was.
Okay. One of the Gulf McLarens cut the inside for some strange reason of turn 3, and I don't know why. We didn't get a clear view as to whether there was a problem with the car or whether he just made a mistake under braking, but he cut the inside of the corner.
Cesar Ramos is driving very well out there. 2-minute 9.9 on that last lap. Way quicker than anyone else on the circuit, apart from Frederic Verviche. But Luhr and Ludwig both lapping about 2 seconds a lap slower.
Stays out, and we've just got a few seconds over the hour of this race to go, so Ferrari anticipating the car coming in at the end of this lap. As the fuel engineers were getting the fuel sorted out. Cesar Ramos doing a brilliant stint to take the Ferrari into the lead. A really opportunistic pass to get that lead, but really a great joy to watch. A racing driver thinking ahead and knowing what he needs to do, and really benefiting from the pain of those around him. So he will be in, and I'm sure he'll be smiling from ear to ear.
It was a starter motor problem for Christopher Mees in that Audi. So why?
Strange to have a starter motor problem when you've actually left the pit lane.
Well, quite, but that's the news we're being given. Yeah. So there's Kessel Racing getting ready. Less than an hour to go here in Paul Ricard. Lucas Luhr is in the pits now to hand over to Stephen Kane in the JRM Nissan, and Kessel will soon be having a very busy time in that pit lane. But frankly, it should be fairly comfortable for them. They had a 5 or 6 second lead. Team manager of car 13 has to go to race control because the exit of that car, so that moment we saw with WRT, is under investigation. And now this is interesting because Hexis Racing are trying to lap Marcus Pautala here, and they are battling for second place with Maxime Martin, and Pautala in the number 4 Mark VDS is holding up the number 7 Hexis at the moment.
No, he's going to have a chance if he plays it correctly. Out of turn 2, get the run into turn 3, but he's not really close enough. He'll let the gap open up between the BMW.
And, look at that. I think the BMW let him go through in the end.
He did.
But Alexander Sims unhappy with that.
Well, you know, racing drivers, if you thought he was happy, you'd be criticising him. And if he's unhappy, he puts his hand up. Ferrari still staying out on track. We're over the under the 1 hour remaining, and the Ferrari as long as he got fuel in this car and he's still able to run, he's running in the high 208s, 208.9, 208.8, and that's with traffic. So he's in the groove, he's got the rhythm, and the longer he can stay out and do these kind of times, then the less pressure there is when it comes to Daniel Sampieri to get into the car and hopefully continue the progress. As Alexander Sim now released from the, let's say, the thoughtlessness which it may have been of the BMW, but is it? No, there's back behind another BMW. No,
He's still got about a 5-second lead over Max Martin, I think, so it's not going to be too much of a drama for Alexander Sims. Mikhail Alishin has just set the fastest first sector of anyone in his SMP racing Ferrari, which is a good job from Mikhail.
Where's all that come from?
Hey, well, he's just taken over the car, fresh tyres, light fuel load, and he's a very good driver. As we watch Alexander Sims. And we haven't yet had everyone make their final pit stops. We've had Cesar Ramos hasn't, nor has Frederic Verviche, nor has Luca Ludwig. So a good number of the top runners are yet to make their stop, but we're expecting Ramos to do so anytime soon. Luca Ludwig has been in twice, but that was because one time was to shut the door.
That's exactly why, because the door, when it left the pit lane, the passenger side door, the gullwing door on the SLS popped open. I assume it hadn't been properly latched during that pit stop, but there we see Ferrari now. This time they are awaiting the lead. Ferrari 44, Cesar Ramos makes his way down into turn 14 and just gets out of that corner, and then he will peel off on the exit. There it is, into the pit lane.
Okay, so into the pits comes Cesar Ramos to hand over to Daniele Zampieri for the final stint of this race. Let's hope everything goes to plan in the Kessel pit stop. As John said, they've really improved their pit stops this season, having struggled a little last year. Ramos is in. Ludwig stays out. He's going to be handing over to Alan Day when he comes into the pits. But let's focus on the Kessel pit stop. That was
a bit casual, isn't it?
Wasn't it?
I mean, what was that engineer thinking he's doing? A car coming in and he just sort of meanders across. So Cesar Ramos undoes the belts and tumbles out, and Daniele Zampieri gets in. The crew allowed to assist with the belts. The crutch strap, of course, fundamental, getting that into place. Then the shoulder and lap straps are attached, so they go together, and then connecting up the radio and all the other connections. In some cases there'll be a drinks bottle that's got to be plugged in. Sometimes the driver takes it and searches it himself, other times it's done for him. There is the McLaren Alexander Sim. So can Ferrari get this job done? And it's going to be tight.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a walk on the park by any means. There is the McLaren.
Well, there's Sims coming into the final corner, actually, so this is a little bit tighter than we perhaps anticipated. And this could be an opportunity for Alexander Sims to move into the lead of the race. Out of the pits goes the Kessel car. They are right at the end of the pit lane. Here comes Alexander Sims now. The battle for the lead of the race goes the way of Hexis. They've managed to pull it around in the pit stops, and Alexander Sims now leads.
Well, he's done a good job. He struggled to get past some of the back markers, but he finally did it. One of the BMWs was, let's say, not as cooperative, but he's finally got through, and now, with all the good work in the pit lane and some strong laps from Alexander Sim, again running in the high 2 minutes, 8.6, 2.8, 8.7, 8.8, and disappointment for the Ferrari, who had a comfortable advantage over the rest of the field. They've lost that time primarily in the pits, but of course it's all about in laps as well as it is about out laps.
So obviously I don't speak Italian, but a little bit of disappointment between Rigon and
Cesar Ramos.
Cesar Ramos, yeah. I mean, there's nothing more Ramos could have done, because he drove a superb stint.
You know, the whole thing about pit stops is you've got to maximise both your in-lap and, most importantly, is maximising your out-lap. But it's the in-lap where you can maybe just come in that little bit more casually, and if you lose a second doing that, it's very difficult to make it up in a pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So Up into Scene Curve comes Sims leading the race. Then second place is this 44 Kessel Racing Ferrari now, with 53 minutes pretty much remaining. And they haven't got a great deal of... oh no, that's the number 4, sorry. That's the second of the Mark VDS McLaren.
Fire in the garage,
there's a fire in the pit lane. And well, the marshals are on the spot.
Where did that
to
come
sort
from?
that out. And well, that was the sister Kessel car that had come into the pits. I think the 111 car of Giacomo Petrobelli. That was dramatic for a moment there, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Difficult to tell where.
It was Francesco Castellacci who come into the pits.
What's difficult to tell is what actually caused the
They're going to carry on.
ignition. Well,
it looked as though it was almost coming from one of the... I'm sure it wasn't a tyre, but it was very much in the garage, wasn't it?
In the garage, indeed. Now, whether very often your brakes get extremely hot, whether when they took the wheel off, I don't know. I'm just trying to second guess.
Yeah.
Certainly, that was drama for the Ferrari team, and well, they've got to work on it and extinguish it. You can see over the back of the right rear of the car. Last thing you want to see is a fire in a garage. It's, if it gets control, it's pretty unpleasant.
So, Castellacci hands over, and out of the pits goes the car, and now in the hands of Andrea Ceccato, and he will be way down the order, unfortunately, because of that delay in the pit stop. Well, here's a look at the replay. When the cameraman hears all the kerfuffle, but look,
one of the shoes is caught fire.
Yeah, a couple of the shoes.
I wonder whether there's been fuel spilled or something. There's been a fuel spill. That's what's happened. Somewhere the fuel's blown back, and it got onto the shoe of one of the refuelers, and somehow or other it got ignited. And well,
all well now.
Yep, but scary moments.
Now this is Alexander Sims battling with the 88 car of Jordan Grogor, who hasn't stopped. He's leading Pro-Am. He's leading the race overall.
Second time this car's been in the lead this afternoon.
Yeah. So this will play into the hands of Daniele Zampieri, who will be able to, not quite get past. Now, I don't know if Grogor went wide into that corner intentionally.
He did go wide intentionally.
I don't know whether, to let
but
the McLaren through.
He certainly pinched the Ferrari when he came back onto the line. And Zampieri would not have been too happy about that, and now he's going to have to do a lot of work to find a way past.
I was worried for a moment that the McLaren was going to try.
He's got much better exit, but now he's got to chase down Alexander Sim.
Less than a second then between first and second places, but the McLaren's coming back at the Ferrari. But Daniele Zampieri holds on, and we saw the thumbs up from the Kessel wall, and everyone is okay, which is good news. A few people might need some new shoes, but apart from that,
well,
it's all good. And a new floor,
If you get a blowback from a refueling system, Alexander Sim, he is using a lot of curb, and the McLaren doesn't seem to want to ride the curb maybe as well as some of the opposition is doing.
And guess who at the moment is lapping quickest of any of them? Max Martin in the Mark VDS BMW, currently in what is a net third place. Oh, he's going around the outside there of the McLaren. Did he manage to pull that one off? No, he didn't. So this is costing Max Martin, actually, because he tried to get around Grogor there, but it didn't work out for him. And as a result, he's lost quite a bit of momentum to the guys in front.
He certainly did. He's lost the best part of nearly a second in attempting a manoeuvre which around the outside through turn 7 at the best of times is marginal, because the car you're passing is automatically going to run out to the outside of the corner, and that's going to force you right off the racetrack. Still looking for a way past a car that is racing for its own category, which of course currently it's still actually a net third, but yet to make its final round of pit stops.
Yeah, I think once it makes the pit stops, it'll probably be around about the 8th or 9th position. But here we can see Max Martin trying to get on with his own race, really, because his own race is trying to pass the two race leaders in front of him. Yeah, so this will be real frustration.
Maxime Martin needs to be cautious about maybe overrunning into some of these corners and trying to force an issue, because unless you can just get squarely alongside, the McLaren is not going to give way on the straight, the drag out of turn 15 all the way down the pit straight. There's not a lot to pick and choose, and I would expect to see Maxime Martin try to look down the inside into turn 1. Is he close enough to think about it? Doesn't look like it here, so his next best shot's going to be on the exit of turn 2 and then the run into turn 3. Those are two clear overtaking places on this Paul Ricard circuit.
He lost 2.5 seconds on that last lap, stuck behind Groger, so it's not good news for Martin at all. He's now 4.6 seconds off the lead. Here you can see the top two pulling away, the Hexus and the Ferrari.
Keep an eye on Stephen Kane, because he is the 5th car in this line as we watch Maxime Martin. We haven't seen the Nissan in view, so clearly it's not going to be a threat in the short term with 47 minutes of this race to go. But Maxime Martin all over the back of the McLaren, but it loses out in that straight line performance to the McLaren this is the Grogan in the car, and again you can see the gap just, and how frustrating is that? Yeah. You're quicker than the car you're racing, except where it really matters, and that's in a straight line.
Mark Henrici's come into the pits. I think he's the last man to make a pit stop, other than this 88 McLaren that we're watching. Alan Day has made his stop and is in 6th place overall, and that'll probably move up into 5th place once Grogo comes into the pits. So that's a pretty good performance from HDP on their debut here in the Blancpain Endurance Series. If they can hold on to that 5th place despite having to make an extra pit stop, Martin is now 5 seconds off the lead of the race, and yeah, another 2.5 seconds gone on that last lap.
Yeah, the only thing that he can consolidate himself with is that there's no threat to him from behind. Stephen Kane in the 5th place Nissan, which Lucas Lower before the pit stop managed to get to within 13 or so seconds, less than 13 seconds. But whether that was a poor pit stop for Nissan, but Stephen Kane now 38 seconds behind 4th place BMW of Maxime Martin. And Maxime Martin still battling to try and catch sufficiently to overtake the 3rd place McLaren, which is yet to make its final pit stop. I don't know how the heck they've got so far. Unless in fact,
it's a 3-car team, so
yeah, but it's only made 1 pit stop.
Yeah, no, exactly. So
how they get fuel mileage like that then?
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. It came in quite late, didn't it, in the hands of Rob Bath?
45 minutes of this race remaining. I mean,
Leon Price is probably
it must be making
come
fuel.
In.
He must have found something to make fuel.
So 45 minutes remaining here in Paul Ricard. Alexander Sims leading the way in the Hexus McLaren. They've had such a difficult season so far. A race win would be not quite out of the blue, but I think it would be a big shock to them.
Well, I think they'll take it, be it out of the blue or a big shock, because they've worked very hard with this car. It was a right handful at the Silverstone round just over a month ago, and they know that they've got a car that there's scope for substantial improvement, particularly in the shock absorber spring, that balance and the aerodynamics that then mixes it. So Alexander Sims trying to slip through the back markers.
So there's a correction. So it'll be a drive-through for car 13, which is the Christopher Mies car, for being worked on outside the pit lane. Here come Kessel, looking up the inside. Not quite close enough, but here's Daniel Zampieri, right up behind Alexander Sims, coming into the final few sequence of corners. Almost used the back marker to perfection. Didn't quite work out, but it's not going to be long before Zampieri starts to attack. The difficulty he's going to have is that McLaren is very good in a straight line. As they come down into the final corner, thought about it.
No,
thought about it into 50.
Never, ever in a month of Sundays he had a chance. In fact, compromised himself in the corner, lost a little bit of grip at the rear. And, you know, slowly, Daniele, you catch the monkey. You're not going to do it all in one go. Alexander Sim is a bright young man who knows precisely how to place his car to make life difficult for any challenger from behind. And while the Ferrari overall appears to be in the class of the field this afternoon at Paul Ricard, it's one thing being the class of the field, it's another thing to make it actually work and get the lead. So Alexander Sim is doing all that he can. Again, uses an awful lot of the curb on the inside, coming through turn 3 and 4. But seemingly able to get away with it with the McLaren without any detrimental effect in terms of times.
It's a real shame that Max Martin is stuck up behind Jordan Grigor, because if he was in this fight as well, it would be fantastic to see the three of them after 2 and a bit hours of racing going absolutely wheel to wheel.
I think that the problem is, if you had Maxime Martin right behind Zampieri, he would be in the situation that Zampieri's in with Alexander Sim, because simply none of the three have got the momentum to get past one another. It's going to take principally an issue with traffic, catching traffic badly. Look, you can see the Ferrari last lap took half a second out, but the best is only 900ths of a second.
42 minutes to go. Sims continues to lead the way. Here comes Maxime Martin, still behind that McLaren, and they're going through some lap traffic at the moment, but they are, as you said, still comfortably clear of Stephen Kane. 34 seconds.
Yeah, Stephen Kane has been in effect, a beneficiary of all this, because Maxime Martin's potential lap time, well, his last lap was an 8:08.4, which is a pretty good lap. But Stephen Kane running in the last lap of a 2:09. So he is making inroads overall. I mean, the odd lap it ebbs and flows, but this battle for the lead. Alexander Sim comes across the line for the 60th time. And still got the pressure from behind. Daniel Zampieri in the Ferrari, just waiting to pounce, waiting really for the opportunity which is going to come inevitably as the lead cars, they will catch up to some of these, literally the packs of cars that are different parts around the circuit. It's amazing on a circuit, even at 5.8 kilometers, you might find gaps where there's only 1 or 2 cars, and then all of a sudden you'll come up a group of maybe a dozen cars, all fighting amongst themselves, all within different classes, all different levels of drivers.
There's still 50 cars running out there as well of the 60 that started, so pretty good attrition rate. Another battle that could be one to watch is the battle over 8th place, although actually I think that's just changed the other way. I think Adam Carroll has just dropped down to 9th, losing out to Alessandro Pierguidi, and then Mikhail Alishin completing the top 10. Andy Soucek has dropped down into 11th place. René Rast, the top WRT Audi, in 13th place. And then Anthony Kumpen in the Phoenix Audi in 14th. Into the pits then has finally come car number 88, Jordan Grogor, handing over to Leon Price. So that gives Max Martin the clear air, but he's got 11.5 seconds to find in 40 minutes, so it's a big one. Well, but if he can find if anyone can do it.
Look, there's no question if Maxime Martin can get the remaining 39 minutes of this race in relatively clear air, there's no doubt he can ebb or eat into that advantage. But getting there is asking for an awful lot. It's out of his control. It's going to be simply about where you meet traffic, how efficiently you can get through it. And you could see that he couldn't even get past a car driven by a gentleman driver, let alone a professional driver. So it's a very tall task. It'll be a potential podium for Maxime Martin. Stephen Kane is 31 seconds behind in 4th place. So the prospect of the Nissan being able to take the final podium position as we stand with just 39 minutes of this race remaining is unlikely.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sims and Zampieri come across the line. Already Max Martin has taken half a second out of the advantage, so it's 11 seconds as they come across the line between 2nd and 3rd. This will mean Stephen Kane moves up into 4th position in theory. And we're watching these cars still fighting. This is Adam Carroll just ahead of Mikhail Alishin in the battle over 9th place, the Gulf Racing McLaren. Up in front of them you can see David Dumont in the number 5 McLaren, and Alessandro Pierguidi's actually made up 4 positions in the last couple of laps. He's now up into 7th place. Very impressive drive in the SMP racing car.
And Adam Carroll in the Gulf McLaren is under pressure. from the Ferrari behind, and you suspect the Ferrari is clearly the quicker of the car, and he goes a long way around the outside, and well, he almost makes that over that manoeuvre stick out of Carroll close enough and wise enough to see the car at the last minute, and denied the Ferrari the opportunity. But that was audacious to go the long way around. If you can make it stick, then you've got the inside of the corner and you can compromise the car. That would be on the natural racing line.
Leon Price has come out in about 11th place, I think. So we'll just in front of Gregory Gilbert. No, he's just lost out that place, so 12th place for Leon Price.
And René Rast.
Just in front of René Rast, who now manages to get past him in a 12th place. So that means that our Pro-Am leader is still David Dumont. Leon Price second in class, and third in class is the 32 Nissan, now in the hands of Steve Doherty. And it looks as though Mikael Alishin has got past Adam Carroll. So whilst I was looking at the timing screens, we saw Mikael Alishin get past. My apologies for that. It's not over yet, though, as they come down the back straight. Carroll looks towards the outside into the chicane, but he's not quite close enough.
Yeah, I'm still here watching what's going on, and you know, it is just this battle. I've been sort of transfixed, because I know that Adam Carroll in McLaren, he's absolutely spitting whatever he spits, because he's got a car which is not performing to its full potential. The Ferrari clearly is the quicker of the two cars at this point in the event, and but Adam tried to come back, but of course it's inevitable that you make your fight back, but you haven't got the track position. So that was a difficult move for Adam Carroll to have to deal with. There we are coming onto the straight. Well, it's a little bit wide. Has he got the momentum? He's trying to have a look at it again at the back.
So this is on board with Alexander Sims. So this is the race leading McLaren now. Yep, just doing a bit of lappery. It's a big old crack in the windscreen there, isn't there?
I don't think it's, I think it's maybe a rubber slick. You get a big smear of rubber.
Okay.
I mean, if that thing's flexing enough to crack the windscreen, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. There's a lateral one or the vertical one. I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
The one that kind of comes.
Yeah, that could be. It looks like it's been a stone chip, but certainly whatever it is, it's not a big problem for Alexander Sim. He does like using a lot of curb, though, and you can hear it clattering over the curb on the entry and on the exit of Scene Corner, and again on the entry into the long turn 11.
Plenty of corrections as he comes through there. It's not particularly smooth at the moment, is it?
It's a very, I would call, single-seater style of driving. You know, Alexander has come from British junior formulas, where you use everything that's available. And what you get with young drivers like Alexander is that you get a lot of speed and pace. But of course, in a GT race or in a long distance race, you need to also remember to balance that against aggression, and not necessarily overdrive the car or over abuse the car, because, well, 3-hour races are relatively, in terms of long distance racing, it's a sprint. But thinking forward to somewhere like Spa 24 hours or the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers, abuse of the car can actually end up catching you up. You can hear clattering again. So I'd like to see the underside of his car, just to see how much of it is left.
Yeah, well, he's only 0.2 of a second as they came across the line that time. So if we could see the mirror, you'd see Daniel Zampieri right up behind. So
he is struggling. You can really see a lot of understeer in the car.
And this is now Mike Wainwright, I think, just getting lapped by René Rast. Mike Wainwright in the car that he shares with Andy Merrick. And no way through there for René Rast. Wainwright running in 30th place. He ended his race in Monza. Well, it was actually Andy Merrick who ended his race prematurely at the Ascari chicane. A suspension failure on the exit of the Ascari sent him piling into the crash barriers, but here's the race lead. This is how close it is.
It is, and it's closed down again. Alexander Simmers suddenly got his mirrors again filled with that red Ferrari of Daniel Zampieri. Again, traffic is no doubt contributing to it. The rub of the green working marginally in favour of Sim as he goes through Scene Corner. Now the Ferrari looks to dive down the inside, and he's got space. Good driving. That's the battle for the lead. Go on unimpeded.
And that little passage of play, as it were, has helped out Alexander Sims. The gap was 2 tenths across the line, but it'll probably be more like 6 or 7 tenths, I would say, as they come across this time, with half an hour or so to go. This is their 65th lap of the race. Stephen Kane and, well, Kessel are under investigation for pit stop procedures, so presumably that means having a fire in your pit stand. That's probably the reason they're under investigation.
I suspect.
And look at that, nerves.
Yeah, well, it's a tense moment, and that's not to do with the position of the second place Kessel Ferrari. It will be with the other car. So let's have a replay and see what's going on. This is just a pass.
This is where the time was lost for Kessel.
Well, no, this wasn't where the time was lost. Put it this way, the Porsche did a good job of getting out of the way, so there wasn't time lost there. The time was lost earlier in the lap. Not at that particular point. It may have been just coming into scene, but not at that particular exit. Nevertheless, the gap showing the last time through was 1 second, 0.051, and we're going to get very shortly the gap. They complete this lap, which they're sort of at the halfway stage of the lap, the furthest point from the pit line, pit start finish.
Maxime Martin is running about a second a lap quicker, so in 15 minutes time he could be joining the lead battle.
And there'll still be another 15 minutes remaining.
Well, very good maths there, and exactly, so there's still a chance for Max Martin and Marc VDS to get involved in this lead battle.
Well, I think the lead battle, it's going to be a massive effort by the BMW to catch to this group of 2 lead cars, and again, the traffic and catching it coming through scene, it's going to be slightly concerning to Alexander Sim, because it's going to come down into this long right-hand corner, and if you get trapped behind a car, you can feel the seconds literally just drifting away. So can Sim bully his way through, while the Ferrari, look, he's looking to try and drive up the inside into turn 11 and not getting the cooperation. So now he's got the opportunity, the long turn 13, which we're now following the Ferrari through. So
it's the ART McLaren he's trying to get
well,
past.
Zampieri will be hoping that McLaren hole catches up the Hexus McLaren.
Which is Gilles Vanelay at the wheel. And soon there'll be, well, there's Stephen Kane. He's running in 4th position. And he's very lonely. 34 seconds to the guy in front. 18 seconds to Alan Day behind. So
he's not been able to make any progress, but he's not had any real threat from the Mercedes behind in 4th, 5th place.
Yeah.
So it's maybe not going to see that final charge from the Nissan that we enjoyed at Silverstone from Stephen Kane. Really a race to the finish now with half an hour remaining of the 3 hours.
A move we might get, or a battle that might happen, is David Dermont and Adam Carroll for 8th place. They were just 4 tenths of a second apart at the end of that last lap. And Mikael Elishin actually has now moved up into 7th, so he's gone from 11th to 7th in his stint as Mikael Elishin. So a very good drive from the SMP Ferrari racer.
Yeah, the Ferraris look good here throughout the weekend, but it's still to get back into the lead. And as we look at Stephen Kane and the Nissan, once again, the Elsterman driving a very large Nissan. It is a shrinking violet compared to some of the other GTs out there. It's a big car, physically big. A true GT car. It does actually have room in the back for 2 Sprogs if you can get them in, but not the race car. It is pretty impressive.
Contact between cars 71 and 69 under investigation. That's Elishin and Adam Carroll. Must have had a little bit of a tete-a-tete. Maybe that was the one I missed. And there we can see Adam Carroll, the 69 car. So where is he in? There's a Nissan in the middle of them. I think that's a Nissan being lapped. It's a 230 Nissan. So yeah, it's not in this fight. It's Charlie Bateman at the wheel in 27th place of that 230 Nissan.
And then there'll be a struggle to get past the Nissan on the straight. It's a big car, but it's got a lot of horsepower, and it does punch its way down the straight very effectively. So Adam Carroll's got to look for other ways to slip past and get, continue his progress in the battle he's involved with.
Zampieri gets the gap down again to 0.2 of a second up at the front of this race. So Sims in the McLaren coming under intense pressure once more. Maxime Martin is only 5.5 seconds behind them now as well. As they, well, here are the two race leaders.
Well,
big stride from Sims.
That's where Alvaro Brent, the rear tyre in the McLaren, starts to go away, and it's looking that the Ferrari is able to manage its tyres marginally better at Paul Ricard this afternoon in the high temperatures of this absolutely glorious afternoon. And Alexander Sim is going to have to find another way to contain the back of the car without losing time, so he's going to have to manage the back of the McLaren and not give up time and not give hope to Daniel Zampieri and think that the Ferrari is going to have an easy pass. Again, Alexander Sim very aggressive on the curbs. Ferrari rides the curbs a lot better. McLaren, we know that it's prone to bouncing quite a lot, and it seems to, when it goes over the curb, it seems to bounce over them rather than absorbing them, as the Ferrari appears to do.
Up into seam curve for the 68th time comes Alexander Sims. And the Kessel Racing Ferrari not quite close enough, but Max Martin continues to close them down in front. He had a poor first sector, Max, but he's still going to be involved in this fight. It may not be for the lead of the race. If Zampieri can get past and scamper clear, it might be only second place that Maxime Martin is battling for, but at the moment, Zampieri doesn't there's no real area of the circuit where you think the Ferrari looks particularly quicker.
Well, it's a bit of an ebb and a flow, because one car will be marginally better in one section and the other better in another section. The best hope that Zampieri has is that the McLaren finds itself trapped by lapped traffic in a difficult part of the track, which then allows the momentum to flow to the advantage of the Ferrari. But the same applies to the Ferrari. It could equally be in a position where the McLaren gets through and then there's a car between the two of them, and then it's the Ferrari that suffers the hold-up. So that's the skill and art of using and managing race traffic when you are in the lead car. But look at the group of cars.
Well, this is the 4 cars he's got to try and get past now.
So Alexander Sim needs to be careful. These 4 cars are all over the place, racing amongst themselves. Past one of them, Ferrari gets past as well, but's gained something. Now he's close to the back of the Ferrari, marginally closer than he's been previously. And again, there will be a bit of slipstream available to not just the McLaren, but to the Ferrari, as these 3 cars ahead on the lead 2 are having their own private war.
So, down into the chicane, it's the Phoenix Racing Audi involved, which is currently in the hands of Anthony Kumpen. Oh, the McLaren of Alexander Sims is really going to struggle to find his way through here. The Ferrari's got a good run out of the chicane now, up the Mistral straight, but the McLaren is very quick in a straight line. Zampieri tucks into the slipstream. This is the battle for the lead of the race, with only 25 minutes remaining here in the 3rd round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. The Ferrari looks to the outside, but he can't, because he's got a sign to lock Audi on the outside, so he can't move as much as he possibly would have liked. There's a marshal down there waving a blue flag in general. Anthony Kumpen sees it, gets out of the way, but doesn't get out of the way of the Ferrari. So, if anything, that could have gone terribly for Alexander Sims. It's worked out okay. Max Martin is coming with them too, though. So how quickly can he side through this traffic? But there's first and second then, after that little bit of drama. But the gap between first, second and third is almost equidistant now.
Yeah, Zampieri probably thought he'd got a really good shot at the lead of this race, but just the way the traffic broke for him in the seam corner meant it was impossible. Maxime Martin really having done a brilliant stint, running very wide at the exit of turn 15. You know, he could actually find himself locked in to it with, what, 23 minutes remaining to what would be a 3-way battle, and it is ultimately, in my view, going to be all about the management of the traffic, and Maxime Martin seemingly making it work for him pretty well. He seems to have had maybe the best of the breaks for the 3 lead drivers in the last number of laps.
3 seconds between the top 3 drivers after nearly 3 hours of racing here in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And there is the Belgian, Maxime Martin.
Well, look, you can see, look at the gaps. 1 lap, lap 69, 2.8 seconds.
Yeah. So That was that last lap.
That was that last lap with all the traffic. So, you know, that's the key, is just managing the traffic, reading it, making sure you use it, and don't run up to the back of a group of cars at a particular part of the track, such as coming into the chicane, where you've got 4 cars ahead of you and you're stuck. And everybody else is just completely free to run up to the tail of your car. Zampieri 1 lap ago, he thought he had the lead of this race on the exit of the chicane. This time the gap is, well, the best part of 3/4 tenths of a second. And just 1 car ahead of the lead, McLaren and Alexander Sim. So he can breathe a little bit more comfortably as he goes through scene. And and a spinner down in turn 11. Yes, it is.
Car. I think it's Wainwright. It's Wainwright or Carroll. He flashes through shot, and I didn't quite catch the number, but we'll wait and see. But there are our race leaders. Where's Max Martin? He's cleared the traffic now. He has cleared that big bunch of traffic, and so he's got a bit of clear air between him and Zampieri in front of him. As they come into the final corner once more, 22 minutes to go. And keep an eye out to see whether that was Adam Carroll spinning out of 9th.
Well, the key now is we've got the first 3 cars in this race line astern. Yep. So Maxime Martin has cleared all that lap traffic. So there's your race leader directly behind, and the Ferrari is 2nd place. There's the McLaren. Is that the one that we saw
Mike
spinning?
Wainwright. Yeah, that's it was Mike Wainwright who's had a moment out there. Continuing though, and he's in 30th place now, so he's lost 3 places as a result of that little moment. And that is the Mercedes. The stud on the front row was running just in front of Sims and Zampieri, and it's Adam Christodoulou who qualified
that's
second.
a problem. I don't think that's a driver. I think that's a mechanical or electrical problem.
Yeah, you can see the fire marshal in there.
Pulled off the racetrack and out of the car and walking away. So disappointment for that car. Did a great job in qualifying. Start on the front row of the grid, courtesy of Adam Christodoulou. So he's out. There's the battle. Zampieri still chasing Alexander Sim down into the chicane on the back straight. You can't really get a lot closer without really losing the downforce. The other factor, of course, he's got to think about is that you run that close to a car, you do lose air into the air intakes, and what you don't want to do is get your engine overheating. Frequently it can lead to an engine overheating, losing a little bit of power. So you've got to balance running close to a car ahead of you and keeping an eye on the temperature.
Well, I'm afraid to say, for this race, the 44 Ferrari has now been removed because there's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for car 44, which is that 2nd place Ferrari of Daniele Zampieri for pit stop infringements. So presumably in that chaos with the fire, they did something that they shouldn't have done and forgot to put a tyre down gently behind the line or some infraction like that.
That's disappointment, because the entire Ferrari driver lineup have done a stunning job all afternoon, and there you can see the frustration, disappointment on the pit wall.
My apologies, it was the other Kessel.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it was the other Kessel Ferrari that had a fire. So
yeah.
I'm not sure what the pit stop infringement
we don't know what that was at all. But clearly there has been a technical or a regulation infringement. So the 44 car battling for 2nd place is going to have to make a drive through. Less than 20 minutes now of this race remaining. You can see the look of disappointment on the face of Cesar Ramos, who did a blinding job. We didn't get to see what might be a reason for that infringement. So it puts Maxime Martin into quite a good position, because when the Ferrari peels off, is he trying to get a...
He's still trying to get past, though. I don't know whether Zampieri's been given the information, because he's got alongside, going into the long right-hander of 6 and 7. Not quite close enough, though.
Maxime Martin just out of camera shot. There he is.
Whoa,
so
he's going to get 2nd place now.
Way wide. And
here comes Martin. He's going to move up into 2nd place. And that's just took advantage, really. Although the Ferrari's got good straight line speed. We saw Bas Leinders couldn't hold the inside line under braking for the chicane, but Max Martin can. And he moves up into 2nd position then. So, I mean, that's helped us a little bit, because that removes Zampieri from the lead battle, both on track now, to reflect the top stop-go penalty he'll have to do. So now it's between McLaren and BMW for the lead of this race. with 18 minutes to go.
And it's a race on, because Maxime Martin has really had a pretty good run up through the traffic. He's caught now behind one of the McLaren, so turn 11, that'll be frustrating. He's managed to get through. He's put the car literally into the mirrors of that McLaren, and once the driver gets the message, he normally does cooperate and get out of the way. So second place in effect, well, in fact on the road he's got past the Ferrari, and now we'll have to make a drive through. So can Maxime Martin, who's been running consistently in the lower 2-minute 8-second lap as opposed to the mid or high of that of the McLaren and the Ferrari, could this actually see the BMW claim the top step of the podium?
Yeah, it would be very impressive if it did. As we see the Ferrari come into the pits for its stop-go penalty, and we'll be stopping somewhere near the top end of the pit lane, I imagine, as the cars stream across the line. Then it's 1.3 seconds the gap between Sims and Martin in the battle for the lead of the race with 17 minutes to go. Now Martin is going to have the same problem that Zampieri did, i.e. struggling in a straight line. Zampieri might still come out in third place actually, because Stephen Kane was a long way behind. Here is Zampieri coming out of the pits, having served his stop-go. No, he's just coming in to serve it now. So this will be interesting to see whether Stephen Kane moves up into third place now.
This is a timed stop-go.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
Yeah. And the only good news is that he is literally at the end of the pit lane, so...
And is that Stephen Kane there? Yes, it is. So Stephen Kane up into third position now.
But it'll be interesting to see. We've got a Mercedes just getting in front of the Ferrari. Can Zampieri, with the pace that Ferrari has had, can he reclaim third place? Can he put a challenge onto the Nissan of Stephen Kane? 16 minutes remaining, and it's all getting very exciting. Maxime Martin, of course, in second place, 1.3 seconds behind the lead. Alexander Sim, McLaren. Still a lot of racing in these closing moments.
Absolutely. Alan Day is running in 5th place for the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. 6th place is Alessandro Pierguidi. Michaela Leishin is 7th quickest, and 8th place then is the leader of Pro-Am. So there are Kessel Racing on the radio. Here's a look. Now we're looking for potentially the man on the windscreen might touch a tyre or something like that, we're being told. Moves out of the way. Oh, does he pick that one up?
He stopped it rocking. The tyre was rocking, whether he did that.
But whether he... Now, we obviously from that we couldn't quite tell, but whether he picked that tyre up and moved it away, which he's not allowed to do, then that would be the infringement.
I mean, the thing that I noticed was that the tyre had been set down and it looked like it could have actually rolled away, and I think he put his hand on it to have prevented from doing it. He may not have removed it, but by putting his hand on it, he then was more than the 2 people that are permitted to work on the car during a pit stop and tyre changes. So, I mean, a very, very, very minor infringement. But
I can't think of a more minor one.
Well, I know, but these are how the rules run, and other teams may well have spotted it, and if they hadn't taken action, then there may have been a potential protest from other teams. That's professional motorsport these days.
Maxime Martin is 0.7 of a second now behind the race leader. There is Stephen Kane, all alone in 4th place. Andy Soucek's up into 9th place, with Adam Carroll completing the top 10 at the moment. Gregory Gilbert, René Rast, Anthony Kumpen, Steve Doherty completing the top 14. As we watch Stephen Kane some more. And yeah, a good performance from JRM. They'll be happy they're getting this kind of pace out of the car. It seems the pit stops are the slow part, because they always seem to be coming from behind to try and close in. We saw Lure closing down a big gap, and then Kane closing down the gap.
Yeah,
so now we're seeing Maxime Martin closing down the gap.
Maxime Martin maintain that momentum. He's now closer than he's ever been at any point in this race to the back of that McLaren.
Oh, he takes so much speed through the corner.
Absolutely, that's why I was just keeping an eye, because that momentum, he's not going to dive down the inside into turn 12 because there's no room. The next place he might try and be outrageous is on the exit of 14 into 15. But it's marginal, it's risky. He's not going to do it, he's waiting there. Next time he comes round, no, it's Alexander Sim that runs wide.
Yeah.
Advantage gone back to Maxime Martin. He might get the better charge off turn 15. The drag race now, down, start, finish straight, all the way down into turn 1, up to 140 miles an hour, 240 kilometers per hour.
But a drag race is always going to favour the McLaren.
It has done so because Alexander Sim has got that little bit of clear air that he, well, potentially lost at all coming through turn 14. There's the difference at Martin, 0.4, 0.6, 1.4 on lap 72.
Yeah,
that more to do with traffic than it is. And again, Alexander Sim is so aggressive, the way he bounces that McLaren across the curb. And because the car isn't maybe the most curb friendly in terms of the way it runs it, he certainly makes it look spectacular. Now again, the BMW right on the rear wing, and the back of the McLaren runs wide over the curbs. Martin, Alexander Sim may well have to go a little bit defensive, still on the right-hand side of the track coming down to the chicane, but Maxime Martin isn't within striking range, so he can't make any attempt to pass under brakes into turn 9.
So Alexander Sim's doing a good job at the moment, holding on to that position, the lead position, with only 12 minutes to go, and there's an off. That is the 42 Audi of David Halliday for Saintelot Racing. So he was running not towards the front of the order, 40th place. David Halliday was running. Oh, he's got a
right rear, left rear puncture. That's
more than a puncture. It's gone, isn't it?
So either he had the puncture or that's.
Oh, there's the lead. Maxime Martin has moved into the lead of the race. He's done it out the back of the circuit, or in the final sequence of corners where we saw he's done it at turn 11, hasn't he?
Well, he's coming out of scene, and he must have got the run down the inside. So let's look and see. There he is. Oh, much quicker he is out of scene. And then Alexander Sim, does he have a problem in the middle of the corner? He just runs wide, and then Maxime Martin, so much more grip, can keep the McLaren on the inside. And Alexander Sim, because he's on the left-hand side of the track, is powerless to stop the BMW from coming through Baz Lounders. Well, Baz, there's a smile on your face there, and that was a great bit of motor racing. Didn't even look like it was going to be possible, but Sim got hung out to dry on the outside of turn 11.
So Maxime Martin has moved into the lead of the race with 10 minutes to go. Runs wide on the exit of the first chicane, but what a brilliant drive it's been for Max, and he has moved himself, as I say, past Alexander Sims and into race-winning territory. Still 10.5 minutes to go, but Alexander Sims doesn't have any response. That's not up for debate, really. But can Martin just consolidate them for these final 10 minutes and hold on? A battle to also watch is going to be over 4th place. Alan Day is closing in very quickly on Daniele Zampieri. We've also got Andy Soucek battling with David Damon, so there's all sorts of battles still out there, even though for the moment this lead battle has been resolved. Less than 10 minutes to go, and Max Martin is in the lead of the race. Spirited drive from Alexander Sims, but did he go wide, or was he just taking his normal racing line?
I don't think he had any more grip. I think if he had the grip, he would have held that tighter line. Came into the first part of turn 11 and let the car run up. It's a slightly banked corner, but it keeps going and going and going. Maxime Martin saw the opportunity. He had the grip and was able to drive the BMW under the McLaren. So let's have a look at it again. Now, at this point, Maxime Martin isn't thinking of getting the opportunity to pass. Now the McLaren, let's watch how it moves up the racetrack, and all of a sudden there's a gap. You've got 3/4 of the racetrack clear. Maxime Martin had the grip, had the pace, and just took the lead. And I mean, you can almost turn right and say, how easy was that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're now seeing Stephen Kane is in 3rd position in all sorts of traffic, flashing his lights, hazards on, trying to find a way through, but it's been a good race so far for the Nissan squad. And Stephen Kane is running in 3rd, not too far, as I said a few moments ago, from Alan Day. Only about sorry, it's Zampieri and Alan Day that are close together. Stephen Kane is still comfortably clear of Zampieri, about 4 seconds or so. Then here's the Ferrari and the Mercedes. There is the 44 car of Daniele Zampieri, only 2.5 seconds clear of Alan Day and perhaps even less than that now, in that HDP Mercedes behind. The Israeli driver at the wheel, with 8 minutes to go, might fancy a look at fourth place here. The Bassliner's on the pit wall, watches for his car.
Yeah, the gap's up to 2.2 seconds. So, I mean, unless something unforeseen, you can't imagine what it would even think of me if it's less than 8 minutes now remaining. Maxime Martin has got a comfortable grip on this race. It all occurred within 10 minutes remaining. And there, one point there was a car that led this race, particularly with Cesar Ramos. Whatever the technical infringement in the pit lane, we think it was because the mechanic who wasn't involved in the pit stop for the wheel change put his hand on a wheel and tyre that looked like it was about to rock and roll down the pit lane. He did what he thought was instinctively the right thing to do, but I believe he, in doing so, technically infringed the regulations, and that was the drive-through with a 10-second stop-go penalty. Bodywork and rear tyre again on an Audi, and shredding bits and pieces all over the place. Gets it into the pit lane, hopefully without any more rubbish on the track.
Well, that's David Halliday, who's only
just been
kind of only just made it back, and that was ages
It's been
ago.
an awful long time.
Yeah. So, but it was him. He's managed to make it back to the pits now. What's going on here? Somewhere
Chaos.
here is Stephen. Oh, this is the battle for fourth. Then there we go. I've picked it out now. It's the 44 Ferrari in there, the red machine, and there the 84 Mercedes trying to get involved as well. Alan Day going right out wide as he tries to put the Ferrari under some pressure.
Well, I mean,
as they come through.
It is nuts. It is nuts. I mean, you've got so many cars having their own battles, plus cars in the lead coming through. And you're just keeping an eye on what's going on. Nissan Pieri managed to get through cleanly. Alan Day had to almost end up at Bandol as he came out of the chicane to find a way past some of the back markers. But he managed to do it and did it cleanly. So he's got one car between himself and the fourth place Ferrari of Sampieri. Alan Day, that Mercedes, very strong qualifying performance. Third place for Maximilian Buch, Luca Ludwig and Alan Day. Strong partnership.
Yeah, there looks like a bit of concern on the pit wall there at Mark VDS. Certainly don't look totally relaxed, but then with less than 6 minutes to go, it's always going to be a bit nervy.
They know things we don't know.
Well,
obviously the concern would be how much fuel is in the tank. That's the most obvious one to me, unless there are other issues that are unknown. But the gap is now 3.2 seconds at the end of the last lap. So Maxime Martin is pulling away from Alexander Sim in second place in the McLaren. And Stephen Kane a long, long way back in third place, 47 seconds in fact, behind second place Sim. But he is under threat, under 2 seconds from this car, Daniele Zampieri. And of course he's got Alan Day in the Mercedes. There you see it, the third car of that group, homing down. But it's it's Stephen Kane is the one that's going to be absolutely sitting on tenterhooks, because the pace of the Ferrari, assuming with 5 minutes remaining, can get clear of the traffic, is going to hunt down the Nissan. Yeah, what a great finish, what a great battle all the way through.
And there is our Pro-Am leader. And David Damont, despite having contact in the early stages of this race, is still leading the Pro-Am category. You can see the standings down at the bottom there. He's a minute ahead of the 32 Nissan in the hands of Steve Doherty.
Yeah, and remember, there's only been two drivers in that car this afternoon. True. Frederic Verviche and David Damont. I mean, that's a tough afternoon's work for a two-driver race, so they've done a superb job. Again, that car qualified on this third row of the grid. So for a Pro-Am car, that's an impressive outing.
And here is our leading gentleman. At the moment, at the wheel of that number 20 Sofrev Ferrari is Patrick Guzlard. The car he shares with Jean-Luc Public. And they are comfortably ahead of the second place gentleman's car. So it's going to be a fairly straightforward run to the flag for them. The car behind is Fabien Barthez's car. He started this race. Someone who might not finish this race is the number 40 Saint-Lock racing car. Gregory Gilbert has pulled off. I presume that's some infield section of the circuit, and that's not just sitting on the racetrack. I presume that's on one of the different configurations.
Well, there are configurations. There's a configuration that takes you from the end of the pit straight, cuts across the real estate, and then brings you back in to about the midway section of the Mistral Straight. Alexander Sim, second place, 3.8 seconds behind. He certainly drove the wheels off the McLaren to keep it ahead of Maxime Martin. And there's the Mercedes. Is that the
that's the Fortec car.
Oh, that's
so Andrew Daniel
he's again stopped at the exit out of turn 2. So why it stopped? That's strange. He's got it running again, but we've seen cars stop and then all of a sudden get fired up again and go. So we don't know what that might have been, but anyway, it was stationary.
On board with Alexander Sims. Let's see if he's still pushing it or whether he's
not. He's now into consolidation mode.
So Alexander Sims comes across the line, and 4.3 seconds is now the gap up at the front. And there is our fourth place car, Daniele Zampieri. Through all the traffic, it looked as though Alain Day might have an opportunity to catch, but didn't really work out like that, unfortunately. The gap is up to 2.7 seconds between Zampieri and Alain Day. And Zampieri's 1.7 seconds behind Stephen Kane, but Kane's found some pace now. Zampieri was only 0.2 quicker on that last lap, and this lap he is only, well, he's slower in fact by about 0.8 of a second, so that's it's not going to be good enough, I don't think, to make any changes. And we are now, well, are we on the I don't think we're on the final lap of the race. It's going to be pretty touch and go actually, because they're about halfway around the circuit, around this 2-minute circuit with a minute to go. Final lap has not been declared by the timekeepers here, so I think we'll squeeze one more out of this. We'll get to, this is the 80th lap of the race for Maxime Martin, and what a brilliant drive it's been. It seemed as though Marc VDS were going to be out of the running a little bit. They qualified the car, Max Martin in fact qualified the car on pole position. Things didn't go well in the early stages. Max Martin had a lot of ground to make up, but, well, boy, did he make it up. And he made it up comfortably. And he's going to take the win here in the Blancpain Endurance Series as long as everything comes together for him on the final lap of the race. He's going to cross the line with only a couple of seconds to go. Checkered flag is not being readied. Comes across the line now with 3 seconds left on the clock, so that was a close one, but we're going to get an 81st lap out of this entertaining 3-hour race. And there's one more lap for Baz to lose his nails. But I don't think he's got anything to worry about. Famous last words, I know, but it's been an exemplary drive from Max Martin. There's Yama Berman on the left-hand side. Baz Linders next to him, the two teammates who have yet to win this season. Came ever so close to winning the Blancpain Endurance Series in 2012. Waved yellow flags out on the far end of the circuit. Not sure what that's about, but that's not going to bother Maxime Martin. And what great preparation this is for the Spa 24 Hours. What a great way to come into the Spa race weekend on the crest of a wave of a victory. The sister car, in the hands of Andrea Piccini, is in 23rd place and 16th in class. Piccini's racing because the usual driver, Nicky Katzberg, fell off his BMX in between Silverstone and this race and broke his collarbone, so we wish him a speedy recovery. But Andrea Piccini's done a decent job, but all sorts of troubles throughout the race, and Bass is still pointing at the screen, pointing things out, because until the checker flag is passed, he is not going to be certain that he's going to be the race winner. Martin then through the long left-hander of turn 14. The final corner on this 5.8 kilometre Paul Ricard circuit is turn 15. The checker flag is being readied. Marc VDS Racing and Maxime Martin see the checker flag and win the third round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Bas Linders and Jelmer Berman embrace. Bas is the teammate, the team boss. Great second place for Hexis. They'll be over the moon with that. Alexander Sims, Alvaro Parent and Steph Dusseldorp coming across the line in second. Here comes Stephen Kane, somewhere in this queue of cars to take third position, quite a way back. Here he is now, just coming into the final corner. And a good job from JRM. They seem to have pit stop issues at every race, so I've no doubt that Nigel Stepney and the team know that's something they need to work on, but third place across the line for Stephen Kane. A good result for them in their Nissan. Fourth for Daniele Zampieri. And, well, the fallout from their penalty will be very interesting indeed. And also interesting will be how that affects the championship, because it looked for a large part of this race as though Kessel were going to extend their championship lead, especially after the performance of Cesar Ramos. I would predict they will still hold, well, in fact I'm certain they'll still hold the lead of the Pro Cup, but Martin, Linders and Berman will be closing in. They didn't finish the race at Silverstone. Bas Linders got involved in an incident in the early stages. Here then is the Pro-Am winner across the line, David Dermont. Great race from him and the Boots and Gignon McLaren team. They finish in 11th place overall, but a Pro-Am win is very impressive. Steve Doherty in the Nissan, second in Pro-Am, and third in the Pro-Am class is the Lamborghini of Gerhard Torreza. There's the very happy Marc VDS. Mark Van Straken, and there's Jelmer Berman getting his first trophy of the weekend. A little high five with Jake Yorath. And well, the Belgian team very, very happy to take the win in the third round of the Blancpain Endurance Series and move them towards the top of the Pro Cup. With Spa still to come, you get a massive amount of points for the Spa race, and also the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers. That's a different point system as well. So the championship is all to play for. Spoke to Maxime Martin yesterday morning actually, and said, is the championship over for you? He said no, it's not. There's still Spa to come, and if we get a win this weekend, we will be right back in the fight. And I think that's pretty much exactly what has happened. And there is the winner of the gentleman class. A very impressive drive from Patrick Gousselard, his teammates Jean-Luc Bobilic and Jean-Luc Blanchemin for the Sofrev Ferrari team. Led pretty much most of the race. A commanding performance to finish about 40 seconds clear of their main rivals. But here into the pits comes Max Martin. He then heads on down towards the podium, which is well, you can just see it at the end of the main pit building. And it'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say, because that was a hard fight for Max, and he closed him well. In the end, the overtakes were fairly straightforward, because the 44 Ferrari ran out wide. The Hexus McLaren had just totally run out of grip. How Alexander Sims managed to keep Daniele Zampieri behind for so long was something to behold in itself. And fittingly, as we've seen for the whole of the race, a queue of cars. action everywhere. How many finishes did we have? 47 finishes of the race, which is not a bad. Only having 13 retirements in a 3-hour race with 60 cars. It's not a bad effort at all. Cars making their way back down into the pit lane. Where did the Pro Speed Porsche finish? That's a good question. A long way down the order, unfortunately. And it really has been a difficult season so far for Pro Speed. 14th in the end it was, Maxime Soulet. So they managed to recover a little bit because they had 4 pit stops in the end. But still, not the kind of performance that they would have been after. No doubt about that at all. As the cars make their way now down into Parc Fermé, where we'll be speaking to the winners of the race in a few moments' time. The Spa 24 Hours is next, and we will be bringing you plenty of live coverage. And there you can see Maxime Martin, and John Watson is poised, waiting with the microphone. So we will speak to him in a few moments' time. Max waiting very patiently before he climbs up onto the podium. As I said, the Spa 24 Hours is next up, 27th, 28th of July, that weekend it will be, and we will be bringing you plenty of live coverage from that race. And now we can hear from Maxime Martin. He's down in Parc Fermé with John Watson.
Maxime Martin, congratulations. How pleased are you with that result today?
Yeah, it's fantastic for the whole team. We had 2 bad races at the start of the season. Now a victory, so we come back for the championship. And yeah, it's great for before Spa, and it's great for the team. I think it's the good moment to win.
Now tell us about that pass on the Hexus McLaren, internal 11. Looked so sweet.
Yeah, it was quite hard, but I tried once and it was the good one. So no, really happy, and yeah, great job to Hexus and great job to all my team, McVDS.
And how was the traffic? It looked awful from the commentary position. Hard work all day.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And the BMW has really good chassis, but not so good power. So in the traffic, it's not so easy. But at the end, yeah, we did it, and yeah, it's the same for everybody.
Well, congratulations, Maxime. Super job. We're going to try and find Alexander Sim and the McLaren drivers there over here. Alexander Sim, you had the race. I thought you were going to win this race, but what happened in turn 11?
Well, Maxime was just faster, you know, he overtook on the inside. We couldn't really hold that line all weekend. They're very, very fast in that sector, and fair play to them, you know. They really did a good job, but equally, I think we got the absolute maximum out of the car this weekend, so well done to all the guys at Hexus and the other 2 drivers.
Well, you certainly did that, but in turn 11, you managed to get too wide in the corner and just opened the door for them.
No, I don't think I went off the track or anything. To be honest, it was a fairly normal line for me. As I said, he was able to hold the line that we really weren't. So, yeah, fair play to them. Well done.
Well done. Super job. Well done.
So Alexander Sim fairly happy with that second place, as Hexus no doubt will be and are, because, well, very similar to Mark VDS. They were not really expecting too much from this weekend, especially the fast nature of this circuit. Definitely doesn't tend to suit the BMWs, but they've managed to find some pace, especially through those through the mid to high speed corners. The BMW is very impressive. That's where it really comes into its own, and as a result, Max Martin was able to take the victory. Also a brilliant drive from him, really, but impressive drives throughout. And really, for me personally, well, it's a close one, isn't it? The drive of the race was either Max Martin or Cesar Ramos. Both of them performed brilliantly to hold on and make progress up the order. Alexander Sims as well did well to get the lead of the race on the exit of the pit stops, defended as much as he could, but like you said, ultimately Max was just too fast. a very good performance from Boots and Gignon Racing, their first real strong performance of the season. David Damon and Frédéric Verviche taking the win in the Pro-Am category. And let's have a look at the results then. After 81 laps of racing here at Paul Ricard, it's a BMW on the top step of the podium. The top 5 positions all filled with 5 different bands. It's the Marc VDS BMW of Leinders, Berman and Martin taking the win. Dusseldorp, Sims and Parent second, and then a good 40 seconds back to Lucas Lewis, Stephen Kane and Peter Dumbrecht, but that JRM seemed to finally be getting on top of their Nissan. A shame for Rigon Ramos and Zampieri, but I think they'll still be leading the Pro Cup points. Ludwig Buch and Alan Day, fantastic debut to the season for them. If they're out in the Spa 24-hour race, they will certainly be a force to be reckoned with. And also, big shout out to SMP, 6th place for them, for Alexander Scribe and Alexei Basov and Alessandro Pierre Guidi. But the big bad news of the weekend was WRT, really. 9th place finish, the best they could do. Ortelli, Vanthor and Rast, and there you can see Dermot and Verviche in 11th place, winning the Pro-Am Cup. Then we've got the 32 Nissan, second in the Pro-Am Cup, and that was in the hands of Steve Doherty, Mark Shositsky and Alex Bunkum. Mark Henrici, Masson and Soule managed to finish in 14th place, and then third in the Pro-Am Cup was Gottfried Grasser, Gerhard Teresa and Harry Prochik. There you can see the number 6 Phoenix Audi, a pro lineup. Oliver Jarvis on the podium last weekend in Le Mans. He, Christopher Haas and Harold Premack can only manage 17th in the race overall, just ahead of Gudi Vanelay and de Moustier in their number 12 ART GP McLaren. And then the other WRT car, Nicky Menhoff, Rahul Fry and Matt Halliday, down in 21st place, was ahead of the other Mark VDS car of Pautala, Moser and Piccini. Further back in the field, the second JRM Nissan finished in 25th place. A good debut for the speed car Audi squad. They finish in 26th place. Dino Lenardi, the 2011 ADAC GT Masters champion, showing his skills once more. And then the third WRT Audi in 27th place. Fabien Barthez, the ex-Manchester United and France international goalkeeper, finishes in 28th place with his teammates Gerard Tonelli and, well, Trafford. You couldn't write the script, could you? Mike Wainwright and Andy Merrick finish in 30th place ahead of Henri Acide and Ludovic Badi. And the Jones brothers and son finish in 36th place in their Presi Spark Mercedes. And then a couple of AF Corsa Ferraris. A lot of French gentlemen out racing their Ferraris this weekend. 25% of the field, 44 of the 175 drivers were French for their home race. There you can see some good performances from them. And there you've got Gregory Gilvert, who couldn't finish the race, unfortunately. We saw him pulled off at the side of the circuit. He finishes down in 41st place. A disappointment for Carlos Cray and Thomas Eng, finishing down in 43rd. They started the season very well in Monza, qualifying in the top 5, but things haven't gone quite according to plan this weekend. And there we saw, we're into the retirements now, down towards the bottom. We saw Hershey and Halliday both retire before the final stint of the race. We saw Olivier Plat retire, unfortunately. Adam Christodoulou parked up at the side of turn 1. Jan Konopka and Ahmed Al-Hati couldn't make it to the end either. Frank Keckler in the 26 BMW was caught up in an incident with the 35 Nissan. They couldn't make it to the end. Dan McKenzie retired very early on, unfortunately. We didn't quite see why, but he retired towards the start of the race. Jake Grattenbury, disappointment for him, the young Welsh driver, finishing down in 60th place after an early retirement. So here's the podium then. And onto the top step. Climb our Gentleman Trophy winners, Jean-Luc Blanchemin, Jean-Luc Bubelic and Patrick Gousselade. So, no curtailed French national anthem here. The top step of the podium for our French drivers. Second place in the Gentleman's Trophy was another Ferrari. The Sport Garage squad, Luc Paillard, Benamino Caccia, Bruce Lorege, Roux. And third place, absolutely delighted with those trophies. Those are going to be ones to take home and savour for Peter Mann, Felipe Bieiros and Francisco Guedes, 2 Portuguese drivers and a Brit in third place. But a commanding drive in the Gentleman's Trophy from, well, experienced gentleman racer Jean-Luc Bobelic, along with Jean-Luc Blanchiment and Patrice Cousselard. As gentlemen's go, they are relatively experienced, and as gentlemen go, they want the champagne. There you can see Luc Paillard in his Hexis racing overalls. He's part of the marketing and management team. So, after this, and they receive their big Blancpain watch. So a very successful afternoon of racing for the Gentleman's Trophy. Plenty of finishes in the Gentleman's Trophy as well. A good 7 or 8 of the 12 entries managed to get to the end, and we'll move on to the Pro-Am Awards. First of all, onto the podium. In third place for the Grasser Racing team, we have Gottfried Grasser, Gerhard Therese and Harry Prochik. Second place goes to the 32 Nissan. A strong performance from them this season in both here and the FIA GT Series continues, and a big cheer. Steve Doherty, Mark Szosicki and Alex Buncombe. But the top step of the podium, David Darmon and Frédéric Verviche. And for the Boutsen-Gignon racing team, the national anthem. So a Belgian national anthem for Boutsen-Gignon. Good run from the Lamborghini squad. Harry Prochik really enjoying his racing. He's racing in this after racing in the FIA GT3 European Championship. And Mark Szosicki, just last year, was racing on the PlayStation, but there's obviously a large Boutsen-Gignon contingent of mechanics down there, because they are getting a very loud round of applause.
Thank you very much.
And so the Pro-Am drivers leave the podium, and that will see us move on to the final category, which is of course the Pro Cup and the top 3 in the race as well. In third place, Lucas Luhr, Stephen Kane and Peter Dumbreck climb on to the third step of the podium. Steph Dusseldorp Alexander Sims and Alvaro Parent climb on for second place for Hexis. And the race winners, Jelmer Berman, Maxime Martin and Bas Leinders. Absolute delight for the Mark VDS Racing team. And the Belgian team will hear the Belgian national anthem. So, Mark VDS back on form. It's been a while for them. Haven't won a race so far this season. Great to see JRM back on it. Midfield performance in Monza. Things looked a little bit better in Silverstone with Stephen Kane's final stint impressing everyone. But now to be on the podium, it's a brilliant achievement. Hexis are back as well. This really is a podium of the teams that are back in business. But Bas Leinders, team manager of Mark VDS, driver of Mark VDS, lifts the trophy aloft. Cheers himself on the podium by whistling. But really, the drive of the race, for them anyway, was Maxime Martin taking that victory. It's a bit of a shame Kessel Racing aren't up there. They drove a brilliant race. They're still going to be leading the Pro Cup. But that pit stop infringement means that they are not up there on the podium after finishing in 4th position. So the drivers leave the podium and will leave Paul Ricard and immediately begin preparations for the 24 hours of Spa, because it's less than a month until we get to the Spa 24-hour race. Well, what a brilliant 3 hours of racing we've had here at Paul Ricard. It's been an exhausting time for me, but probably mainly for the drivers out there and the teams working and racing in this heat. And Mark VDS are the ones who came out on top, and they go to the Spa 24-hour race, their home race, the big centre point, the jewel in the crown of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and they go there with the most momentum out of any team. So thank you very much for joining us here at Paul Ricard. Make sure you join us for the Spa 24-hour race coming up at the end of July. But from myself and John Watson, goodbye.
Okay? Ich habe mir gerade eben so schön eine Frage zurechtgelegt. Nico Rosberg gewinnt in Silverstone und ihr jetzt hier in Führung liegend. Dann müssen wir bei dem Stop gerade das mit der Tür sehen. Kannst du das kurz erklären?
Eigentlich nicht. Ich weiß auch nicht, was passiert ist. Ich habe ganz normal den Fahrerwechsel gemacht, wie wir es immer geübt haben. Und was auf der anderen Seite passiert ist, kann ich nicht so genau sagen. Da wird normalerweise die Speicherkarte rein und rausgesteckt für die Daten und die Trinkflasche eine neue reingepackt. Eigentlich muss er sitzen, eine Tür zuzumachen, aber nichtsdestotrotz, jetzt haben wir noch 2 Stunden zu fahren. Vielleicht passiert noch ein bisschen was, aber ist natürlich schade.
Trotzdem sah es ja echt gut aus. Dein Stint gerade, super Überholmanöver gegen Jelmer Burmann. Ganz kurz aus deiner Sicht.
Ja, ich habe gesehen, also am Anfang, wo ich hinter dem Jelmer war, habe ich gedacht, dass ich einfach nur dahinter bleibe, Reifen ein bisschen schon. Und dadurch, dass der Verkehr dann ein bisschen mitgespielt hat, habe ich mir gedacht, dann nutze ich jetzt die Chance, weil ich vorher schon 2-3 Mal nah dran war. Und da habe ich gedacht, jetzt kriegst du es vielleicht hin, und hat eigentlich super funktioniert.
Also alles in allem trotzdem ein ganz guter Trend, den du jetzt hier aktuell hast. Ich würde sagen, nächste Woche Zandvoort zum Beispiel, Sprintrennen. Was hast du da vor?
Natürlich Top 5 mindestens, dass wir die verlorenen Punkte aus Zoll, da wo es die Kardanwelle gebrochen ist, wieder einholen und dass wir so wie hier eigentlich weitermachen können.
Viel Glück dafür. Willst du eine Sache in die Kamera mit dem Mikro sagen? Zandvoort, da geht's wieder ab. Tell us about that pass on the head of McLaren, internal level. Looks so...
Ah. 7 secondes. Yes.
Yes.
Hallo.
Hallo. Hello again.
Yes.
Wieder in German.
Ja,
okay.
kein Problem.
Ja, kein Problem.
Wir laufen.
Bas Leiners neben mir, herzlichen Glückwunsch zum tollen Erfolg. Nach einem mäßigen Saisonstart ja jetzt umso besser, oder? Das war jetzt die Quittung, oder?
Ja, sicher, das hatte wir nötig. Wir hatten einen guten Erfolg, war der 24-Stunden-Nürburgring mit dem zweiten Platz, aber in Blancpain war das sehr schwierig. Und das war für eine Jahr schon, dass wir gewonnen hatten, letztes Jahr Silverstone. So war schon eine lange Zeit und wir hatten das, ja, da war wichtig, heute zu gewinnen.
Unfassbar spannender Dreikampf am Schluss. Was war jetzt ausschlaggebend, dass Ihr Wagen gewonnen hat?
Ich glaube, wir hatten einzige Probleme mit dem Druck in die Reife in meinem Stint. Und dann haben wir das ein bisschen geändert für Maxim. Aber am Anfang von der Stint, da hat er auch Probleme mit der Trafik, mit der langsamen Fahrer. Aber einmal, wenn die frei fahren konnte, war Maxim die schnellste auf der Strecke. So einfach war das nicht. Bis Ende war das ganz spannend.
Für uns beim Zuschauen auf jeden Fall auch. Geht's jetzt so weiter, ja, oder?
Ja, hoffentlich. Nächste Rennen ist Spa, unsere Heimstrecke. Und letztes Jahr war schon sehr, sehr, sehr gut. Und hoffentlich dieses Jahr ein bisschen besser noch.
Ich wünsche auf jeden Fall viel Glück und beglücken werden uns jetzt auch unsere beiden Kommentatoren, Peter Reichert und Thomas Jäger, mit der Siegerehrung.
Danke, Bas.
Danke an euch beiden. Ja, das war's von diesem denkwürdigen Rennen in Paul Ricard. Nächste Woche geht's in Zandvoort weiter. Entschuldigung. Danke an euch beiden. Ja, das war's von diesem denkwürdigen Rennen in Paul Ricard. Nächste Woche geht's in Zandvoort weiter. Gleiche Stelle, gleiche Welle. 19:15 Uhr, Sonntag bei RTL Nitro. Ich freue mich auf Sie. Tschüss. Danke an euch beide. Das war's von diesem denkwürdigen Rennen hier in Paul Ricard. Nächste Woche geht's in Zandvoort weiter am Sonntag bei RTL Nitro 19:15 Uhr. Ich freue mich auf Sie. Tschüss. Danke an euch beiden. Ja, das war's von diesem denkwürdigen Rennen in Paul Ricard.